Chapter 101. Ling Xiao tried his best to persuade Ling Yuan, but Ling Yuan refused to go back. However, he ordered Hu Yi to bring the 12 tiger guards back to report to the clan leader and make preparations. Seeing Ling Yuan's determination, Ling Xiao allowed his uncle and the 12 tiger guards to wait for 2 days. The Luo clan also sent everyone back. Only the old lady and Luo Qingshuang joined the Ling clan's camp. Ling Yuan also found out that this old lady was the Luo clan's clan leader's wife, Mo Hongmei. She was a spirit master, but he couldn't tell what level she was at. He couldn't help but think that if the Ling clan and the Luo clan were to get married, the Li clan and Lan clan would have to tuck their tails between their legs. Originally, the Ling clan was the leader of the 3 great clans in Meteor City. However, the Ling clan wasn't united. Otherwise, they wouldn't be afraid of the Li clan and Lan clan's alliance. At night, Ling Xiao ordered the young Qilin to catch 2 spirit beasts. Without thinking, the young Qilin flew to the mountain range opposite the chasm and caught 2 rank 3 golden-eyed spirit pigs. Ling Xiao originally thought that the young Qilin only needed to catch rank 2 spirit beasts. He didn't think that the little guy would only catch rank 3 spirit beasts. He was speechless, but when he thought about the little guy's strength, he understood. After Ling Xiao took out the beast core of the golden-eyed spirit pig, he called everyone over to divide the golden-eyed spirit pigs. Ling Yuan and Mo Hongmei both recognized that the 2 in front of them were rank 3 spirit beasts, and their hearts were filled with shock. One must know that rank 3 spirit beasts were equivalent to human spirit masters, and yet they were lying dead in front of them. Ling Yuan gulped, "Xiao where did you catch this golden-eyed spirit pig?" Mo Hongmei also looked at Ling Xiao, waiting for his answer. Ling Xiao spread his hands. It was caught by the prodigal boy. He should have caught it from the mountain range opposite. After the young Qilin caught the golden-eyed spirit pig, it turned back into a small beast. The 2 didn't know the young Qilin's original identity. The 2 of them looked at the young Qilin timidly. They had originally thought that this little fellow was only a 3rd-tier spirit beast, but looking at it, it was most likely not a 3rd-tier spirit beast. The 2 of them didn't ask any more questions. They just looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated gaze. They knew that Ling Xiao wasn't telling the truth. However, they wondered why Ling Xiao named such a powerful spirit beast with a prodigal name. Ling Yuan ordered the tiger guards to cut up the golden-eyed spirit pig and roast it. Ling Xiao gave one of the beast cores to the young Qilin to eat, but the young Qilin refused to eat it. It must have not digested the beast core of the raging flame tiger that it ate today. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and came to the front of the Golden Wolf King. "Xiao Jin, do you want to eat this?" The Golden Wolf King ate 2 rank 2 spirit beasts from Ling Xiao, and the wounds on its body had healed quite a bit. However, it had lost too much blood, and its body was still very weak. When it saw the beast core in Ling Xiao's hand, it immediately said with a bright light, "Master, quickly give it to me." Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and directly threw it into the Golden Wolf King's mouth. The Golden Wolf King immediately swallowed the beast core, and not long after, a powerful aura blossomed from its body. Its golden fur that was like needles stood on end, and its body was surrounded by a golden light. The wolf raised its head high and howled towards the sky. "Awo!" The Golden Wolf King stood up, and the wounds and flesh on its body actually healed at an extremely fast speed. Ling Xiao, who was at the side, watched in astonishment and muttered to himself, "Could it be that spirit beasts have to consume beast cores to advance?" Ling Xiao was right. Other than cultivating, spirit beasts could also rely on absorbing beast cores of the same attribute to advance. Relatively speaking, spirit beasts would take a long time to cultivate on their own, but spirit beasts had a rather long lifespan, and swallowing beast cores could quickly increase their advancement speed. If the Golden Wolf King was a normal high rank 2 spirit beast that had yet to condense a beast core, swallowing a beast core would probably cause its body to explode and it would die. However, it was a mutated 3-eyed wind wolf, a high-rank spirit beast that had already condensed a beast core. Now, it could swallow beast cores. Moreover, the gold-eyed spirit pig was a metal-type spirit beast, so the beast core and its attribute were just right. Therefore, if it absorbed the beast core, it would be able to advance into a rank 3 spirit beast. The Golden Wolf King's aura continued to rise, and its body also gradually grew. From its original 3 meters long body, it grew to about 4 meters. Its entire body seemed extremely majestic, and balls of golden light flashed dazzlingly. In the middle of its body, the third eye appeared again, and its bloodthirsty fangs became even more sinister and terrifying. An ordinary person standing in front of it would probably be scared out of their wits. At this moment, after the Golden Wolf King swallowed the beast core, it had evolved from a high rank 2 spirit beast to a low rank 3 spirit beast. Moreover, it had even reached the peak of the low rank. It seemed like this was because the Golden Wolf King already had a beast core, which was why it had advanced so quickly. Not far away, Ling Yuan, Mo Hongmei, and the 12 tiger guards couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts as they watched the Golden Wolf King evolve. If the Li and Lan families were to face this Golden Wolf today, they would probably only be able to run away with the wind. The young Qilin on Ling Zhao's shoulder growled at the Golden Wolf King in annoyance. The Golden Wolf King raised its fierce eyes and glanced at it. Immediately, like a deflated balloon, it quickly withdrew its aura and closed its third eye. The Golden Wolf King lowered its arrogant head, and there was not a single bit of its aura left. It came in front of the young Qilin and growled continuously, as if it was communicating something. It looked extremely respectful. The young Qilin on Ling Zhao's shoulder had an impatient expression, and it directly closed its eyes and ignored the Golden Wolf King. Ling Zhao couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Jin, what did you say to this wastrel?" The Golden Wolf King replied, "Master, this is our Beast Emperor's prince. I'm here to pay an audience with him." "Are you a wastrel or a prince? Then who's the Beast Emperor?" Ling Zhao shrunk back and couldn't help but ask in fear. If the young Qilin was a prince, then its family was definitely the Qilin royal family. If the Qilin divine beast came and misunderstood and killed him, then he would be out of luck. The Beast Emperor is the emperor of our mountain range, the emperor of all spirit beasts. I heard that he lives in the deepest part of the mountain range. Xiao Jin has only heard of him, but he doesn't have the qualifications to be the emperor, the Golden Wolf King said. So that's how it is, Ling Zhao muttered. The Beast Emperor of the desolate mountain range should be the young Qilin's old man. Immediately after, Ling Zhao's heart became conflicted. He had originally wanted to bring the young Qilin back to Meteorite City and make it his flying mount in the future, but when he thought of its identity, he felt afraid, which made him extremely vexed. "Wastrel, I'm going back to my place of life. Do you want to follow me?" Ling Zhao said softly to the young Qilin. The young Qilin looked at Ling Zhao with its intelligent eyes and nodded in a very human-like manner. "All right, you'll follow me from now on. If your family comes looking for you, you have to give them a good explanation. Don't let them eat your brother, okay?" Ling Zhao cautiously instructed. The young Qilin was like an obedient child, and it nodded again. Then, its intelligent eyes became vigilant as it looked forward. The Golden Wolf King also walked to Ling Zhao's side, and it looked at the person who had arrived with a savage gaze. The person who walked over was Luo Qingshuang. Ling Zhao rubbed the young Qilin's head and said, "Relax, it's one of us." "Ling Zhao, can I go over?" Luo Qingshuang looked at the ferocious and tall Golden Wolf King, her body trembling slightly as she stood 5 meters away and called out. Ling Zhao did not respond to her. Instead, he walked towards her and said, "Chubby girl, why are you treating me like an outsider?" When Luo Qingshuang saw Ling Zhao walking over, she felt less afraid. She pointed at the Golden Wolf King timidly and asked, Is this really your spiritual beast?" Ling Zhao patted the Golden Wolf King's forehead and said, "Of course, it's the Wind Wolf King that I subdued some time ago." You can call it Xiao Jin. Oh right, there's also this wastrel. Luo Qingxuang looked at the two spiritual beasts beside Ling Xiao and said with admiration, Ling Xiao, you're really amazing. Not only did you recover your strength, but you also subdued such powerful spiritual beasts. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Since young, Luo Qingxuang had always wanted to catch up to Ling Xiao's footsteps. But now, she realized that no matter how hard she tried, she could not catch up. Well, this young master's cultivation in Tenbin is slightly better than yours, but you don't have to feel inferior. You're now a high-level cultivator, and in Meteor City, you're already a genius girl in Tenbin, Ling Xiao said as he rubbed his nose. A few months ago, when Ling Xiao defeated Luo Qingxuang, she was only a mid-rank profounder. Now that she had broken through to become a high-rank profounder, her natural endowment was absolutely not inferior to her cousin brother Ling Li or the grandson of the second elder, Ling Kuang. Don't comfort me. Oh right, can I go and touch them? Luo Qingxuang was still a girl, and she was very curious about spiritual beasts. Of course, no problem. Ling Xiao nodded. Luo Qingxuang gathered her courage and walked to Ling Xiao's side. Looking at the two spiritual beasts beside him, she felt a burst of excitement in her heart. Which girl didn't like pets? However, Luo Qingxuang wanted to touch the cutest young Qilin, but just as she stretched out her hand, she retracted it. Today, she had seen this little guy bite off Li Yuanlong's hand. Although it was still small, it was an extremely terrifying spiritual beast. Thus, she changed her hand to the Golden Wolf King, but when she saw its exposed fangs, she didn't dare to touch it. At this time, Ling Xiao saw that she was afraid, so he grabbed her delicate hand and pressed it on the Golden Wolf King's head. I'm here, don't be afraid. Xiao Jin is very obedient. Luo Qingxuang softly responded. Her delicate face felt extremely hot, because Ling Xiao's thick palm was holding her hand without letting go. A sweet warmth made her heart beat non-stop. Shuang, you're so beautiful. Ling Xiao looked at the beauty in front of him and couldn't help but praise. Although Yunmengqi was the first woman that had moved his heart, Ling Xiao had never felt that he had too many women. Moreover, Luo Qingxuang had already expressed her love for him, so he wouldn't reject a beauty of this level. Luo Qingxuang's face became even redder after hearing Ling Xiao's words. She raised her intelligent eyes and looked at Ling Xiao. Now that you've become so powerful, then in the future, the gap between us will only grow larger and larger. Will you still like me? Chapter 102. Ling Xiao gently wrapped his arm around Luo Qingxuang's slender waist and said, Of course I like it, but you need to constantly improve yourself. I can't stay in Meteorite City for too long. In the future, I'll have to leave the city and go to places where there are even more powerhouses. Only then can I become even more powerful, so if you want to be my maid, you still need to work hard. This time, Luo Qingxuang did not run away. Instead, she felt Ling Xiao's desire to become stronger and felt intoxicated. She immediately leaned against his chest. Don't worry, I won't drag you down. I hope you won't leave me behind in the future. Ling Xiao looked up at the sparse stars and felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. Would he really be able to leave Meteorite City with Luo Qingxuang and Bai Yushi in the future? The next day, the sky had just brightened, and Ling Yuan had already brought the 12 tiger guards back to Meteor City. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxuang's grandmother had also left by herself. They were very relieved about Ling Xiao, because with a rank 3 Golden Wind Wolf protecting him, the number of people who would dare to touch Ling Xiao in Meteor City could be counted on one's fingers. Moreover, he still had a powerful and mysterious little beast by his side. After the others left, it was time for Ling Xiao to have some fun. He hugged Luo Qingxuang and sat on the Golden Wind Wolf, leisurely wandering around the valley. Beautiful women like jade, delicate flowers blooming, the mountain scenery was picturesque. Wasn't this feeling exactly what Ling Xiao wanted? For a moment, Ling Xiao forgot about the pain Yunmengqi left in him. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's playboy heart had not changed at all. Along the way, Ling Xiao took advantage of Luo Qingxuang's calmness. The fragrance of a virgin, the smooth and delicate skin made his beastly blood boil. Previously, after losing his virginity with Bai Yushi, Ling Xiao had a special desire for love. However, he also knew that it was not the right time to have any relations with Luo Qingxuang. If the Luo clan really forced him to marry her, it would be troublesome. It wasn't that he didn't want to marry them, but he had already left the position of wife to Yunmengqi. Hence, Luo Qingxuang and Bai Yushi could only be his concubines or maids. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's appetite was very big. In Meteor City, who didn't want to marry the famous flower of the Luo family? However, Ling Xiao had given her the status of a concubine's maid. If others were to find out, they would probably take a kitchen knife and chop this guy to death. For several days in a row, Ling Xiao and Luo Qingxuang walked and stopped from time to time. Neither of them was in a hurry to continue on their journey. Along the way, the two of them enjoyed the view of the flowers and the moon. Occasionally, they would pluck spirit herbs that were at least tier 1 and above. These spirit herbs were all worth gold coins, so it would be a waste not to take them. Moreover, some of them were quite useful. Thus, on the 6th day, Ling Xiao once again came to the territory of the two black bears that he had encountered with Lone Eagle. However, what he didn't expect was that the two black bears were nowhere to be seen. Near the entrance of the cave, trees had fallen, and there were many deep pits. There were also a lot of bloodstains. It was obvious that there had been a fierce battle. Suddenly, Ling Xiao had a bad premonition. He loudly called out, "Boss Black Bear! Boss Black Bear!" The echoes reverberated endlessly in the valley. In his mind, scenes of the battle with the black bears flashed back to the moment when he helped the mother bear give birth to the cute cub. A raging fire ignited in his heart. "Brother Xiao, what's wrong?" Luo Qingxuang looked at the current Ling Xiao and felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. After these days of being with Ling Xiao, her relationship with Ling Xiao had improved by leaps and bounds. Now, even the way she addressed him had changed. There was only a layer of paper between them that hadn't been broken. "Goddamned bastard, whoever killed He Xiong, I'll slaughter his entire family." Ling Xiao's eyes were red with rage, and he roared into the sky. His murderous voice echoed in the valley, startling the birds and causing them to fly everywhere. "Xiao Jin, smell the scent here and remember it. Tell me if you find anything," Ling Xiao said to the Golden Wolf King telepathically. "Yes, master. This scent should have been left behind yesterday." "It went in that direction," the Golden Wolf King answered after sniffing the bloodstains on the ground. The Golden Wolf King was referring to the direction back to Meteorite City. Ling Xiao jumped on the wolf's back and shouted, "Chase it with all your might." Hearing Ling Xiao's command, the Golden Wolf King carried Ling Xiao and Luo Qingxuang and swept out at lightning speed. On the outskirts of the mountain, a group of 40 to 50 mercenaries were rushing back to the relay station. Among these people, more than half of them were injured, some light and some serious, making them look extremely miserable. Among these people, there was a lean man who had already reached the high-level mystic realm. He held a metal cage in his hand, and inside the cage was a black bear cub that was less than half a meter tall. The bear cub kept struggling in the cage, glaring at the lean man and roaring non-stop. "This little thing is quite fierce. When it grows up, it will definitely become a fierce beast. Hee, I like it." The lean man looked at the black bear cub in the cage, liking it more and more. He had paid a huge price to catch it. Unfortunately, he didn't find any black Ganoderma in the black bear cave, or it would have been even better. This person was called Ma Meng, around 40 years old. He had just broken through from the mid-level to the high-level mystic realm, and his mercenary group had around 120 people. Ma Meng, who had just broken through, had brought his mercenary group to the mountain range to look for prey and test out his cultivation. He didn't expect to find the black bear not long after entering the mountain range. According to his years of experience, black Ganoderma usually grew in black bear caves, so he decided to kill the black bear. He was a high-level mystic cultivator, so he naturally wasn't afraid of the black bear. Plus, he had 2 low-level mystic cultivators as well as a group of brothers. Just when he thought that victory was in his grasp, he didn't expect there to be another black bear in the cave. The 2 black bears fought with them, and more than half of the 100 or so subordinates were lost. 1 low-level mystic cultivator died under the black bear's paw, and the other was seriously injured. He himself was also lightly injured. Only with such a price did he manage to kill the 2 black bears, obtaining 2 pairs of paws, 2 bear gallbladders, and a black bear cub. Relatively speaking, the losses were heavy. If it wasn't for the black bear cub, Ma Meng would probably be in a very bad mood, because he didn't find any black Ganoderma in the bear cave. "Captain, should we go to the relay station to rest for a night before leaving?" The high-level mystic cultivator beside Ma Meng asked. "Oh, let's rest for a night first. Tonight, everyone should have a good time, my treat." Ma Meng replied. "Good." The demoralized mercenaries immediately cried out in surprise. For mercenaries like them, who often went through fire and water, the happiest thing was to be able to return in one piece every time, and then find a woman or 2 to have a few hundred rounds with to vent the fear they encountered in the mountain range. At the same time, they could enjoy a more luxurious life while they were still alive. Before nightfall, Ma Meng and his group arrived at the relay station. Before entering the relay station, Ma Meng covered the iron cage with a black cloth to prevent others from finding out that he had caught a spirit beast cub, which would cause a lot of trouble. "Did you hear? A few days ago, the son of the Li family's patriarch, Lord Li Yuanlong, was bitten on the arm by a spirit beast of a young master from the Ling family. Also, people from the Li family and the Lan family were killed by that young master, and the 2 families didn't even dare to say a word. TSK, I saw it with my own eyes. That's the Ling family's cultivation genius, Ling Xiao. Not long ago, he was accepted as a successor disciple by the Ling family's grand elder. At the age of 17, he was already a mid-level mystic cultivator. At that time, he only used 2 moves to kill a deacon from the Li family, and that deacon was also a high-level one. It can't be. The Ling family's young master is only a mid-level cultivator. How could he kill a deacon from the Li family in 2 moves? What's so impossible about that? Maybe he practices a Cyan-level technique, so it's not impossible for him to kill a deacon from the Li family. There's something even more interesting. The high-level spirit beast that the Li family killed was actually the Ling family's young master's mount. At that time, the Ling family's young master said that it was his spirit beast, but no one believed him. After that, the Ling family's young master called out to the golden wind wolf, and the wolf came to him like a docile puppy and licked his hand. Is that true? That's getting more and more ridiculous. Forget it if you don't believe it. Many people saw it. Yeah, we all saw it. The Ling family's young master has a small spirit beast. Don't be fooled by its small size, its strength is at least at the 3rd level. In the blink of an eye, it bit off the Li family's lord's hand. It's too scary. In the relay station, many mercenaries and adventurers were still discussing the events that happened a few days ago with great interest. After Ma Meng and his group entered the relay station, they all found a place to sit down. Ma Meng drank while listening to other people's discussion. His face was full of disdain. He didn't believe that a mid-level mystic cultivator could kill a high-level mystic cultivator. Because he had just stepped into the high-level mystic cultivator from the mid-level mystic cultivator, he could feel the huge gap between the 2 levels. Even if the opponent had a high-level mystic technique, it was impossible to kill a high-level mystic cultivator so quickly. Could it be that the opponent couldn't escape even if he couldn't win? Ma Meng didn't care and continued to brag with his brothers. He didn't know that his calamity was gradually approaching. On the road from the mountain to the relay station, a powerful spirit beast ran like the wind. It was like a golden bolt of lightning cutting through the silent night sky, scaring the mercenaries and adventurers on the road and causing them to flee. They thought that a powerful spirit beast had escaped from the mountain range and was attacking them. Ling Xiao, who was sitting on top of the spirit beast, had an extremely ugly expression. Luo Qingshuang, who was sitting behind him, only hugged him tightly and didn't say a word. She could feel that Ling Xiao was in a very bad mood. Only the scarlet little beast sat on the head of the golden wolf king with its eyes closed. No matter how fast the speed was, it didn't affect it at all. "Master, I can smell it. It's not far from here." The golden wolf king ran with all its might as it transmitted a message to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao responded softly. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the relay station not far away. A formless murderous aura rose. Blood must be shed tonight. Luo Qingshuang, who was behind him, was almost suffocated by Ling Xiao's murderous aura. However, she still gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound. In the next second, the Golden Wolf King stopped outside the relay station. Those mercenaries and adventurers who had just arrived at the relay station saw such a majestic golden wind wolf and were so frightened that they screamed and ran away. Chapter 103. Many of the mercenaries and adventurers who had been drinking and chatting at the entrance of the relay station were given a fright. Some of the mercenaries who had been sitting on the railings even fell down from their fright, looking extremely comical. "Wolf, what a huge golden wind wolf!" The mercenaries and adventurers cried out in shock as they hurriedly ran into the relay station. A few of Ma Meng's subordinates also saw the golden wind wolf and hurriedly ran over to Ma Meng, stammering, Captain, there's a huge wind wolf outside. What's there to be afraid of? There's so many people here, what's there to be afraid of? It looks like you've all been scared shitless." Ma Meng glared at his subordinates and snorted before continuing to drink. He didn't think that the golden wind wolf could be very strong. At most, it would only be mid-stage second grade. What was there to be afraid of? He could kill it all by himself. At this time, a few more mercenaries ran over and shouted, "It's young Master Ling Xiao from the Ling family. It's the golden wind wolf he's riding. Everyone, don't be afraid." Many of the mercenaries and adventurers calmed down when they heard this, and some even stood up and ran over to take a look. Ma Meng also wanted to see if the young master's golden wind wolf really had the strength of a high-stage second grade, and so he went out with his subordinates, not forgetting to carry the iron cage with the cub. Outside the station, Ling Xiao sat on the back of the Golden Wolf King like a knight, majestic and handsome. Behind him, Luo Qingshuang was like a lotus flower rising from the water, so beautiful that it dazzled the eyes of all who looked at her. "Master, the aura is here," the Golden Wolf King sent a mental message to Ling Xiao. "Oh, I got it," Ling Xiao replied indifferently. There were at least 200 to 300 mercenaries in the relay station, and finding the killer of the black bear wouldn't be easy. The mercenaries and adventurers in and around the relay station all pointed at Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King as they discussed. Everyone was filled with curiosity and envy. Those who did not believe that Ling Xiao's mount was a Type 2 wind wolf were now convinced. Looking at the crimson beast on top of the gold wind wolf's head, everyone believed that the Li family's lord had lost an arm. Ma Meng walked out of the house and looked at the impressive combination. His eyes lit up, and he praised in his heart, "What a majestic and mighty golden wind wolf." At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a grey robe walked out of the relay station, and the mercenaries and adventurers quickly made way for him. The middle-aged man leisurely walked in front of Ling Xiao, glanced at the Golden Wolf King, and his face twitched slightly. He then cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and said, "I am the owner of the relay station, Fengde. Greetings, young Master Ling." When the mercenaries and adventurers saw the newcomer, they started to shout again. "He's the mysterious boss of the relay station? It is said that he has the cultivation of a spirit master. I think he's not bad. Do you think he's faking it?" I didn't think that even the boss would come. I really don't know what young Master Ling wants to do. Ling Xiao jumped down from the Gold Wolf King and cupped his hands towards the newcomer. So it is Boss Feng, please forgive me if I have disturbed you. Previously, Ling Xiao had heard from Lone Eagle that this relay station was opened by a spirit master, so normal warriors did not dare to have any ideas about the relay station. Now that he saw the middle-aged man in front of him, he indeed had the cultivation of a spirit master. At the very least, his aura was definitely not something that a mystic disciple should have. Feng De smiled, it is my honor that young Master Ling Xiao can come here. I wonder if young Master Ling Xiao wants to stay or eat? It was true that Feng De was a spirit master, and normal high-level mystic disciples did not have the qualifications to make him come out. However, with Ling Xiao's status, it was enough for him to humble himself and come out to welcome him. Putting aside the fact that Ling Xiao was the successor disciple of the Ling clan's Grand Elder, just the rank 3 Wolf King in front of him was enough for Feng De to pay attention to him. If they really fought, he might not be the Gold Wolf King's opponent. It must be known that spirit beasts were much stronger than humans of the same level. Boss Feng, I am here to find someone, Ling Xiao responded and swept his gaze across the mercenaries and adventurers. At the same time, he told the Gold Wolf King to pay attention to the aura's location. Oh, I wonder who young Master Ling Xiao is looking for? Let me see if I can help you inquire about it, Feng De replied. No need, I have found the person I am looking for, Ling Xiao replied indifferently, then his gaze locked onto Ma Meng who was behind the crowd. Ling Xiao pointed in Ma Meng's direction and shouted coldly, come out. The people around Ma Meng quickly moved away, leaving Ma Meng standing there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Ma Meng pointed at himself and asked, young master, are you looking for me? That's right, it's you, Ling Xiao replied with narrowed eyes. Ma Meng grumbled in his heart, I don't think I've offended the Ling clan. However, he still braced himself and walked in front of Ling Xiao, I am Ma Meng. Greetings, young Master Ling Xiao. May I ask why young Master Ling Xiao is looking for me? Ling Xiao didn't reply, instead looking at the black cloth covering the cage in Ma Meng's hands, Xiao Hei, is that you? Whoa! The cage in Ma Meng's hands immediately began to shake, and the bear cub began to struggle and roar. Ma Meng's expression tensed up, and he immediately said, young Master Ling Xiao, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Did I say you can leave? Put down the cage. Ling Xiao coldly barked, his entire body's aura enveloping Ma Meng. Ma Meng's expression changed, and he immediately replied, young Master Ling Xiao, could it be that you want to rob me? At this time, Ma Meng's mercenaries quickly gathered behind Ma Meng, bolstering his aura. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the people in front of him. Needless to say, these were the mercenaries who had killed the 2 black bears. Good, everyone is here. Ling Xiao smiled coldly, then turned to Feng De and the surrounding mercenaries and adventurers, those who don't have anything to do with this, get out of the way. With that, Ling Xiao's figure flashed, and the blue crystal sword was unsheathed, a fiery light flashing towards Ma Meng. Ma Meng's heart trembled, and he hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately for him, Ling Xiao's speed was as fast as a ghost, and in an instant, he arrived at Ma Meng's side, and his sword landed on the arm that was holding the cage. Ah! Ma Meng let out a blood-curdling scream, and one of his hands spat out fresh blood as it fell to the ground. Captain! Ma Meng's subordinates cried out in alarm, and hurriedly went up to support him, giving him a healing pill. Ling Xiao didn't chase after him, and instead picked up the cage and pulled back the black cloth. Sure enough, he saw the cub. This cub was the one that Ling Xiao had personally delivered that day, and no one could understand the love and care he had for the cub. Ling Xiao split open the cage, and the cub immediately jumped into Ling Xiao's arms, continuously crying out in a sorrowful voice. Ling Xiao felt an indescribable pain in his heart, and he rubbed the cub's head, saying, Little Black, don't worry. I'll avenge your parents. The cub seemed to understand Ling Xiao's words, and it repeatedly licked Ling Xiao's face. All of the mercenaries and adventurers present were thinking, could it be that Ma Meng stole young Master Ling Zhao's spirit beast? After Feng De was bandaged by his subordinates, his face was dripping with sweat, and he unwillingly said to Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, this is the spirit beast that we brothers obtained from the mountain range. Why did you steal it from us? Ling Xiao didn't answer Feng De's question, and instead handed the cub to Luo Qingxuang. He then turned around and said quietly, dead people don't need to know the answer. After saying this, Ling Xiao unsheathed his sword, and his entire body swept towards the mercenaries beside Ma Meng. Ma Meng's companions all attacked. Unfortunately, other than Ma Meng, they only had a low-level Mystic Realm vice-captain, and the others were only at the Mystic Realm. How could they be a match for Ling Xiao? Thinking back to the time when Ling Xiao was only a mid-level Mystic Realm cultivator, he could already slaughter high-level Mystic Realm cultivators. Now that he was a mid-level Mystic Realm cultivator, who else could suppress him other than a spirit master? He was like a god of death from the Nine Hells realm, and everywhere he went, people would scream and fall. The surrounding mercenaries and adventurers all hid far away to avoid being mistakenly killed. In less than a quarter of an hour, Ma Meng and his subordinates all died in disorder in front of the relay station. The surroundings were completely silent. A gust of wind blew, and the smell of blood filled the air. Ling Xiao sheathed his sword and said to Feng De, if I have offended you in any way, please write me a letter. After saying this, he jumped back onto the back of the Golden Wolf King, and instantly disappeared into the night. Feng De looked at the corpses on the ground, and then looked at the distant golden light, and murmured, I'm afraid that Meteor City is going to change soon. At this time, all the mercenaries and adventurers were in an uproar, and they all began to discuss. How terrifying, is that really the strength of a mid-level Mystic Realm cultivator? He cut off Ma Meng's hand in one move, and I heard that Ma Meng is already a high-level Mystic Realm cultivator. Isn't that so? That murderous aura is really suffocating, he's practically a god of death. As expected of the Ling clan's Grand Elder's successor disciple. With such strength and methods, I'm afraid that when he grows up, he'll definitely become a top expert in Meteor City. Far away in Meteor City, Ling Yuan had already returned to the clan and was currently meeting with his father, Ling Tsang. After leaving the mountain range, Ling Yuan and the Tiger Guards rushed back overnight. Yesterday the Tiger Guards reported that Xiao returned with you. Why don't I see Xiao Ling Tsang asked his eldest son with his hands behind his back. Father, Xiao is on the way back. Yuan was afraid that something would happen to the clan, so he came back early to prepare, Ling Yuan replied. How could you let Xiao return alone? Don't you know that the Li and Lan clan want nothing more than to kill Xiao Ling Tsang angrily scolded. Now that his grandson had completely humiliated both the Li and Lan clan, the other side must be thinking of ways to get rid of his grandson. He had sent Ling Yuan to protect him, but now that Ling Yuan had returned first and there was no one to protect him, wouldn't that put his grandson in danger? Father, listen to me first, Ling Yuan comforted. No, hurry up and bring the Tiger Guards to bring Xiao back unharmed. Ling Tsang interrupted Ling Yuan's words and ordered. He was afraid that if he delayed even a moment, Ling Xiao would lose his life. It was enough to show how much he cared for Ling Xiao. Father, Xiao doesn't need my protection. He has 2 spirit beasts that are above the 3rd level. In Meteor City, besides the Grand Elder, no one can touch him, Ling Yuan explained loudly. Chapter 104. WH. What? Ling Tsang couldn't react in time. Ling Yuan patiently told Ling Tsang everything that had happened that day. He even told him about the Golden Wind Wolf's evolution and the mysterious little beast that could even kill a rank 3 spirit beast. Hearing this, Ling Tsang had a look of disbelief on his face. Then he laughed, God bless my Ling family. God bless my Xiao heir. Father, do you think Xiao heir is a legendary beast tamer? Ling Yuan guessed. How would I know? Let's ask him when he comes back. That brat ran out of the family without saying a word. Even the great elder was furious, Ling Tsang said with a satisfied smile. He paused for a moment, then said, Yuan heir, you must be tired from the long journey. Go and rest. Father, I'm fine. Oh right, what have the two old foxes been up to lately? Ling Yuan asked. They rarely go out and are extremely cautious. I'm sure they're waiting for an opportunity, Ling Tsang replied indifferently, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Father, why don't you expose them for using the family's treasury to buy poisonous plants? Then we can punish them and kick them out of the family, Ling Yuan asked. Now is not the time to beat the grass and alert the snake. We must make good use of this opportunity. Otherwise, we won't be able to catch the snake and will be bitten instead. Ling Tsang shook his head as if he already had a plan in mind. On a road that led from the desolate mountains to Meteorite City, a golden-winged wolf was riding a young man and woman. The young man was carrying a small black bear cub that was less than half a meter tall. It was fluffy and looked very cute. This group was Ling Xiao and the others who had just left the relay station. Normal horses would take at least 2 days to get back to the city from the relay station. Riding the golden-winged wolf, it took them less than a night to get back to the city. The city gate was already in sight. Luo Qingxuang hugged Ling Xiao from behind and said reluctantly, Brother Xiao, we won't be able to see each other anymore, will we? After taking revenge for the black bear and taking back the cub, Ling Xiao felt much better. He replied, if you miss me, you can come and find me anytime. Luo Qingxuang said gently, I'm a girl, it's embarrassing for me to keep running to your house. In her heart, she thought that the man should take the initiative and visit her at her home. Then why don't you be my personal maid? That way, you can see me every day, Ling Xiao said with a serious expression. I hate you so much. Luo Qingxuang scolded, then bit Ling Xiao's shoulder hard. Hiss. Are you a dog? Your bite hurts so much, Ling Xiao said, pretending to be in pain. He had already cultivated the Vajra 5 transformation technique to the 3rd layer, so being bitten was nothing to him. Luo Qingxuang touched Ling Xiao's shoulder guiltily and asked softly, does it hurt? Silly, even if you bite me 10 more times, I'm not afraid. I'm made of iron. Ling Xiao could hear the reluctance in Luo Qingxuang's voice, so he tried to comfort her. Brother Xiao, I've made up my mind. I'm moving to your house. Luo Qingxuang clenched her fists and made up her mind. After spending so much time with Ling Xiao, she realized that she had fallen hopelessly in love with Ling Xiao. She didn't want to leave him for even a minute. Ling Xiao almost fainted at Luo Qingxuang's words. One had to know that a girl could not casually move into a man's house unless she was a maid or a servant girl. For a daughter of a great family like Luo Qingxuang, if she was not officially married, it would attract criticism and ridicule from others. Moreover, the Luo family would not be able to maintain their reputation. Shuang, don't be impulsive. We still have a lot of time. I'll come to your house to play with you when I'm free, Ling Xiao said seriously. Although he really wanted to take Luo Qingxuang as a maid, he couldn't do it with his current strength. Unless he had the ability to suppress the Luo family's strength, no one would say anything about it. After all, this was a world of the strong. Only the strong were respected, and only the strong could suppress the secular world. You said it, so you can't go back on your word, Luo Qingxuang said with a bright smile. Just as Ling Xiao was about to reply, the Golden Wolf King said, Master, there's an enemy. It's the one who escaped from the Illusion Valley. There's another person with him, and his aura is even stronger than his. Ling Xiao quickly gathered his thoughts and expanded his awareness to its maximum. Indeed, there was an ambush 100 meters away. According to the Golden Wolf King, one of the people was the leader of the Green Wolf group, and the other person was even stronger than him. He was probably a spirit master, but he didn't know who that person was. If it was just Ling Xiao alone, he would have turned tail and run. Now that he had the Golden Wolf King and the young Qilin, he could do whatever he wanted in Meteor City, so he didn't have to worry about being ambushed. Ling Xiao rode the Golden Wolf King until he was 50 meters away from the two of them. He shouted, "Green Wolf, aren't you tired after hiding for so long?" At this moment, Green Wolf King jumped out from the tall grass and said, "I didn't expect to be discovered by you. You really are the Ling family's Ling Xiao. It's time to settle the grudge in the Illusion Valley." "Huh, you don't seem to have the qualifications. Please ask that sneaky fellow to come out," Ling Xiao said with a relaxed smile. A few black figures jumped out from the grass. Ling Xiao was stunned when he saw this. He had only sensed 2 people, so how could there be so many? Ling Xiao carefully looked at the people in front of him. They were all wearing black robes. Except for the short man in the middle, who was wearing a cloak, the other 4 didn't have the slightest sign of life. Their faces were ashen and frightening, and their eyes were bloodthirsty. The short cloaked man laughed sinisterly, "Hee hee, what a good level 3 Wolf King. Tall and handsome, just right for my mount." The short person's voice was very old and hoarse, and it was obvious that he was an old monster that was close to 100 years old. Furthermore, he didn't seem the slightest bit afraid of the Golden Wolf King, and even seemed to be very excited. It seemed that his strength was quite terrifying. "Old fogey," Ling Xiao cursed disdainfully. "Brat, you're courting death." The short person snorted and waved his withered hand, sending a cloud of black mist towards Ling Xiao. The black fog was terrifying, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached Ling Xiao. At this time, the young Qilin on the Golden Wolf King's head opened its mouth and actually sucked the black mist into its stomach. Then it spat out a dark red flame at the short person. This is the little beast that injured that brat?" The short person's body swayed slightly as he dodged the young Qilin's flame. "It's good that you know. If you know what's good for you, then scram. Otherwise, today will be the day you die." Ling Xiao snorted. "Huh, it's been many years since someone has spoken to me like this. You're the first brat. Don't think that you're the only one with a spirit beast and others don't." The short person laughed sinisterly, and with a flash of his arm, a 10-meter-long horned black snake appeared in front of him. This third-rank horned black snake would require 2 people to wrap their arms around it. It was covered in black snakeskin with silver-white patterns. Its body was tall and straight, and it had a triangular head. Its mouth was as big as a basin, and it spat out a long forked tongue. It looked extremely sinister and frightening. Luo Qingxuang, who was behind Ling Xiao, was frightened by this snake. The green wolf beside the short person also retreated a few steps, afraid of being accidentally injured by the snake. This time, Ling Xiao's expression became serious. He hadn't thought that the green wolf would be able to invite such a powerful person to deal with him. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. Right now, the sky was still dark, and they were the only ones on the main road. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. "Huh, this black snake is your breakfast. Enjoy it," the short person said softly as he stroked the snake's body. The horned black snake looked at the Golden Wolf King, and a bloodthirsty light flashed through its eyes. It spat out its long forked tongue, as if provoking the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King was also on guard, and it bared its fangs as it howled at the horned black snake. "Xiao Jin, are you a match for it?" Ling Xiao asked the Golden Wolf King. "Master, I'll have to fight it to know," the Golden Wolf King replied. "All right, be careful," Ling Xiao replied, and then handed the cub to Luo Qingxuang. He then carried both of them down, preparing for the Golden Wolf King to fight with the horned black snake. "Let's begin." "Kill it for me," the short person ordered as he licked his lips. As soon as he finished speaking, the horned black snake scuttled towards the Golden Wolf King. Its speed was shockingly fast. At the same time, the 4 lifeless people beside him also charged towards Ling Xiao. The Green Wolf King didn't stay idle either, and raised his heavy blade as he charged towards Ling Xiao. "Little fellow, come over here. I have food here." The short person took out a few pills from his sleeves and charmingly spoke to the young Qilin on the Golden Wolf King's head. The pills in his hands were specially refined for spirit beasts, and the medicinal smell they emitted was what spirit beasts like to eat. He wanted to use this little trick to subdue this little beast. Unexpectedly, when the young Qilin and the Golden Wolf King bit towards the horned black snake, the young Qilin flew towards the horned black snake first. It flew directly to the horned black snake's neck and bit down. Hiss, hiss, the horned black serpent was bitten and immediately thrashed about incessantly, causing the dust on the road to fly up. "Bastard!" The short person didn't think that this little beast wouldn't be charmed by him and even hurt his beloved snake. He immediately waved a black iron chain and smashed it towards the little beast. The young Qilin's reaction was extremely fast. Just as the iron chain was about to smash into it, it flew up. That iron chain ruthlessly smashed onto the body of the horned black snake, causing it to feel endless pain. At this time, the Golden Wolf King took the opportunity to pounce and bite at the already injured horned black snake. The short person faced the young Qilin. Every move emitted a frightening black mist, and also contained a large amount of poison. Fortunately, the young Qilin was of the pure fire attribute and wasn't harmed by the poison. It only kept dodging, causing the short person to grit his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. On the other side, Ling Xiao was besieged by a few lifeless high-level mystic cultivators and the Green Wolf King, and fell into a bitter battle. "Damn it, who are these people? Why aren't they angry?" Ling Xiao brandished his blade and sword, and continuously parried their attacks. Chapter 105. However, what he found strange was that these 4 people did not seem to have any elemental attacks. They only knew how to fight with their lives on the line, and they did not seem to care about their own lives. Scar left by sword. Ling Xiao's blue crystal sword shot out dozens of flaming rays towards the 4 people. Countless sword rays pierced into their bodies. Ling Xiao saw that the 4 people did not dodge and thought that they would all die. Who knew, the next moment, he would see a shocking scene. Other than the dark green liquid flowing out of their bodies, these 4 people were still able to attack him. They did not seem to be injured at all, and their movements did not slow down at all. Poison men. These 2 words flashed through Ling Xiao's mind. As he was distracted, Green Wolf took the opportunity to slash a terrifying green light at Ling Xiao's back. Luckily, Ling Xiao reacted in time, and the silver ghost blood blade turned around to block. Ding dang. Ling Xiao was pushed back several meters, his body churning, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was still a distance away from Green Wolf, and was not his match in a direct confrontation. However, this also reminded Ling Xiao to get rid of Green Wolf first. Immediately, he used his wind attribute, and with the help of Phantom Cloud, he appeared in front of Green Wolf. Die! Ling Xiao struck out with his sword and blade. Shadowless blade, scar left by sword. The translucent saber shadow and the crimson sword gleam swept towards Green Wolf. Dual elemental attack. Green Wolf was shocked, and quickly gathered all his dark force to block. Ding dang dang. Sparks flew as the weapons clashed. Green Wolf barely managed to block this terrifying attack, and was cut all over his body. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to heave a sigh of relief, an ice crystal blade shadow slashed towards his face. No! Green Wolf roared, and quickly retreated. But the saber shadow's momentum was like a rainbow, and its speed was astonishing. He could not escape at all. In an instant, his entire body was split into 2, and fresh blood bloomed like a flower. It was a beautiful sight. Green Wolf was killed by Ling Xiao, and the 4 poison men behind him raised their swords and slashed at his back. Ling Xiao immediately ran a few steps forward to dodge the attack, then turned around and continued to counterattack. The swords and sabers struck the bodies of the 4, but the 4 of them remained unmoved. 4 swords pierced towards Ling Xiao's chest. F***ck, he's an unkillable monster. Ling Xiao scolded as he leapt away. If not for the fact that he possessed the wind attribute, as well as his rich experience and the advantage of his footwork, he would have been injured by these poison men. If it was a low-level or even mid-level mystic cultivator, he would have been killed long ago. On the other side, the horned black snake python had been bitten by the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King had also been sent flying a few times. If it wasn't for the fact that it had reached the 3rd order, it would have been dead by now. The Golden Wolf King spat out a few grand golden lights towards the horned black snake. The horned black snake was heavily injured, but it still spat out a few balls of black mist. The black mist turned into black snakes and pounced towards the golden light. The Golden Wolf King took the opportunity to pounce over. This time, it saw the opportunity and bit the snake's neck that had already been bitten by the young Qilin. Hiss! The horned black snake python hissed in pain again, and its body kept rolling around. The Golden Wolf King's sharp claws did not stop either, and continued to slash at the horned black snake python's thick body. Wounds appeared on the snake's body, and dark blood flowed out continuously. The horned black snake python saw that it was about to die under the Golden Wolf King, but it suddenly coiled up its 10-meter-long snake body and strangled the Golden Wolf King's huge body. The 2 spirit beasts rolled into a ball and started to tear each other apart. On the other side, the short spirit master expert was being played around by the young Qilin. He kept throwing out strong attacks at the young Qilin, but the young Qilin was like an amused child, dodging here and there in the air, and occasionally spat out a flame at the short man. The short man noticed that his beloved snake was in danger, and he didn't dare to delay any longer. He gathered all the spirit power in his body and unleashed a terrifying move. There was a strong aura around him, and this aura was many times stronger than that of a high-level mystic cultivator. Clouds of black mist spread out, and the weeds on the side of the road withered the moment they came into contact with it. It could be seen that this black mist contained a large amount of poison. The young Qilin in the air used its intelligent eyes to size up everything, and its body emitted a small ball of flame that wrapped itself around it. It also let the short man gather the aura, and it seemed to want to see what kind of terrifying move the other party had. Not far away, Ling Xiao, who was fighting, also felt this terrifying pressure. His expression became serious, and he shouted to the young Qilin in the air, "Prodigal kid, be careful." Who knew that with this shout, the young Qilin looked over and even cried out a few times at him. At this moment, the short man finished gathering, and his aura reached its peak. All the black mist gathered on his hands, and it was like 2 balls of black flame that floated around, and it looked extremely magical. "Go and die, black mist scorch." The short man revealed a sinister smile, and with a loud shout, he blasted the black mist in his right hand out. This black mist was as fast and swift as a cannonball. Don't be fooled by its small size, but its destructive power was very shocking. The young Qilin happened to be distracted, and luckily, its reaction was fast, and the black mist brushed past its fur. Not far away, Ling Xiao watched with trepidation, and only heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the young Qilin dodged. But in the next moment, the black mist in the other hand of the short man also blasted out. That speed was actually more than 2 times faster than before, and this was a true killing move. The young Qilin had no way to dodge at all. Rumble. Prodigal kid. Ling Xiao stared at the young Qilin that was blasted, and shocking black fireworks bloomed in midair. While Ling Xiao was in a daze, the 4 swords behind him struck his body. Ah! The 4 swords were extremely sharp, and 4 deep sword marks appeared on Ling Xiao's back. Not far away, Luo Qingxuang cried out in shock. Without thinking, she put the cub aside and waved her soft sword towards the four people. In Meteorite City, in the back mountain of the Ling clan, an old man woke up from his meditation. His eyes flashed, and he murmured, "Who's fighting outside the city?" He was confused, and then he suddenly thought of something, and exclaimed, "Not good, someone must be trying to kill that kid." Immediately, his figure flashed, and he rushed towards the direction of the battle at full speed. His speed was even faster than the wind attribute Golden Wolf King. At this time, the spirit masters of the various clans all felt the earth-shattering sound of the explosion. Also in the direction of the Ling clan, a tall and skinny old man had a faint smile on his face, and he said, "Arrogant kid, it's time for you to disappear." In the Ling clan leader's resting room, Ling Tsang's eyelids kept twitching, and he had a bad premonition. Something's happened to Xiao. Ling Tsang's face was extremely dark, and he opened the window with both hands, and flew out of the city through the window. In the Li clan leader's resting room, Li Qianzhong smiled and muttered, "That damned bastard, he's finally gone." He then closed his eyes to rest. Luo Qingxuang was only a high-level Xian Qi practitioner, and when she slashed at a poison man, she only left a sword mark and did not cause any damage to the poison man. She was then sent flying by the poison man with a single move. "Shuang, you and Xiao Hei hide to the side." Ling Xiao flipped over to block the sword attacks of three poison men. The Vajra 5 transformation technique in his body quickly began to circulate, and the bloody wound on his back began to coagulate and quickly became a scar. However, Ling Xiao had lost a lot of blood, and his face was still very pale. He did not use any more killing moves, and instead used the sharp metal blade to sweep at the poison man's head. Boom! One of the poison men had his head chopped off by Ling Xiao's blade, and a deep green liquid shot out. The poison man's body finally collapsed to the ground, dead. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, as he finally knew the weakness of these poison men. He immediately swung his blade and sword towards the heads of the other three poison men. Who would have thought that in the next moment, his body would seem to be bound by something, and a powerful aura would suppress him to the point that he could not move. It turned out that the short spirit master had released his aura, and at the same time, he had used the black fog to bind Ling Xiao's body. "Brat, you actually destroyed one of my death warriors. I'll use you to replace him." Ling Xiao felt as if an invisible force was strangling his throat, and his breathing became extremely difficult as the black fog began to invade his body. It felt as if he was trapped in a deep abyss by a sinister wind. The only difference was that this black fog was not as dense as the sinister wind, but the poison that it contained made Ling Xiao feel extremely uncomfortable. Green tumors protruded from his skin, and it looked extremely disgusting. Ling Xiao threw the sword and saber to the ground, rolling on the ground and screaming in pain. Let's see how long you can endure this." The short spirit master laughed, and then he turned his gaze to the Golden Wolf King that was entangled with his beloved snake. "Damned wind wolf!" Seeing that his beloved snake was about to die, the short spirit master hurriedly abandoned Ling Xiao and went over to help. He believed that Ling Xiao was definitely going to die. At this moment, something strange happened to Ling Xiao's body. Within Ling Xiao's consciousness, the connate sinister wind pearl was emitting a faint gray light, and a powerful suction force surged towards the black fog around Ling Xiao's body. In just a short moment, the black fog that contained the poison was completely sucked away by the connate sinister wind pearl. What's going on? Ling Bai only felt that the pain in his body had disappeared, and his skin had returned to its original state. Ling Xiao did not have the time to think about it, because Luo Qingxuang was being pursued by three poison men. He caught up to the three poison men from behind, and the blue crystal sword slashed out 3 times, slicing the back of the three poison men's necks. The three poison men fell to the ground, their bodies no longer able to attack. "Shuang, are you alright?" Ling Xiao hurriedly ran over to Luo Qingxuang and asked. I'm fine." Luo Qingxuang had been fleeing all this while, and had only exchanged a few blows with the poison men. She had suffered internal injuries, but her body did not suffer any external injuries. Ling Xiao helped Luo Qingshuang to the side, and then let her consume the elixir herself, while he watched the situation over at the Golden Wolf King's side worriedly. At this moment, the Golden Wolf King was fighting with the Short Spirit Master, and the single-horned black snake was already lying on the ground, no longer able to fight. Just as Ling Xiao was about to go up and finish off the black snake, a scarlet-red spirit beast quickly flew out from the sky. Chapter 106. Wasn't it the enlarged young Qilin? The prodigal is fine. Ling Xiao relaxed when he saw the majestic young Qilin. He was really scared just now. It wasn't easy for him to kidnap a young Qilin, so he obviously didn't want it to die just like that. Roar! The young Qilin let out a loud roar. Its eyes were filled with ferocity as it spat out a powerful flame towards the Short Soul Master. The speed and power of the flame was 10 times stronger than the smaller version. The Short Spirit Master's eyes twitched and he immediately gave up on attacking the Gold Wolf King. He raised his head and saw the flame that was like a huge dragon. He was shocked. Where did such a strong spirit beast come from? He didn't have time to think. He gathered all the spirit energy in his body and sent out 2 palms. 2 balls of black fog met the dark red flame. The black fog was instantly swallowed by the flame and continued to fly towards the Short Spirit Master. Thick black armor. Seeing the flame approaching, the Short Spirit Master didn't have time to retreat. He immediately shouted and the black fog covered his body, forming a heavy black armor. This was the special defense of a Spirit Master. It was enough to block strong attacks from people of the same level. Boom! Ah! The Short Spirit Master was hit by the flame and flew backwards. The black fog and cloak on his body were destroyed, revealing his small and disgusting appearance. The Short Spirit Master didn't think much and immediately scattered his clothes so that the flame couldn't reach his body. He then turned around and quickly ran to the side. He didn't die even after this. This old man is really scary. Ling Xiao saw the young Qilin's attack land on the Short Spirit Master. He thought that the Short Spirit Master would die, but he didn't expect him to escape. He deeply felt that the Short Spirit Master was very scary. A Spirit Master was indeed not someone he could deal with. The battle had just ended when an extremely fast figure flew over. Ling Xiao quickly prepared himself. The Gold Wolf King retreated to his side and stared at the person. The young Qilin shrunk back to its original size and landed on the wolf's head. "Old Master, why are you here?" Ling Xiao cried out in surprise when he saw who it was. "Humph, you're finally willing to come back." It was the Supreme Elder of the Ling family. He merely glanced at Ling Xiao and snorted coldly, as if he was very concerned about Ling Xiao sneaking out of the family. "Huh, old master, don't be angry. Look at how much I've gained this time. Come, this is the prodigal, this is Little Gold, this is Little Black. Come and greet old master." Ling Xiao carried the little black bear and pointed at the young Qilin and the Golden Wolf King. Did you get all these from the mountain range?" The great Supreme Elder looked at the 3 spiritual beasts in front of Ling Xiao and was shocked. This brat raised spirit beasts as pets, and raised so many of them. Moreover, these spirit beasts seemed to be very close to Ling Xiao. It didn't seem like he had forcibly brought them back. Moreover, the golden wind wolf in front of him had already reached the 3rd tier. Even if Ling Xiao wanted to forcefully bring it back, he did not have the ability to do so. How did I get them? Of course, they followed me willingly. They probably think that I'm kind, cute, and easy to get along with. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and said arrogantly. "Humph, your ability to brag has grown." The great Supreme Elder knocked on Ling Xiao's head and lightly scolded him. His eyes were filled with love. He didn't expect his disciple to not only bring back 3 powerful spiritual beasts in such a short period of time, but his strength had also jumped from mid-level to mid-level. This Tenbin really made him speechless. "Oh right, who tried to kill you just now?" The great Supreme Elder suddenly remembered the reason he had rushed over and asked Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao was about to speak, another figure rushed over at an extremely fast speed. "Xiao, are you all right?" The person hadn't even arrived, but the voice was already heard. When Ling Xiao saw who it was, he immediately replied, "Grandpa, Xiao, is fine." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Tsang had already arrived in front of him. He looked at Ling Xiao from head to toe, as if he was afraid that something had happened to his grandson. "That's good." Ling Tsang let out a sigh of relief. He then looked at the great Supreme Elder and respectfully greeted him. Ling Tsang greets the great Supreme Elder. "Oh right, Shuang, quickly come and greet the great Supreme Elder and my grandpa." Ling Xiao called out to Luo Qingxuang, who had just woken up from her meditation. Luo Qingxuang came in front of the 2 elders and said with a bit of shyness, "Luo Qingxuang greets the great Supreme Elder and clan leader Ling." The 2 elders looked at the beautiful Luo Qingxuang and narrowed their eyes in satisfaction. They secretly praised, not only did this brat bring back so many spiritual beasts, he even found his future wife. "I'm really speechless. Child, from now on, you can call me Grandpa Ling like Xiao, does. I left in a hurry this time and didn't bring any gifts. I'll make it up to you next time," Ling Tsang said kindly to Luo Qingxuang. At this time, the great Supreme Elder took out a thin sword from somewhere. The sword's scabbard glowed red and was engraved with lines of spiritual patterns. It looked like the colorful feathers of a phoenix adorned the scabbard, making it look very noble and extraordinary. Rainbow Sword. Ling Xiao recognized the sword in the great Supreme Elder's hand at a glance, and his eyes were filled with envy. This was a high-grade 2nd-grade sword. When the great Supreme Elder wanted to take him in as a disciple, he had tried to coax and pester him to get his hands on this high-grade 2nd-grade sword. However, the great Supreme Elder refused to give it to him no matter what. Thus, Ling Xiao could only settle for the next best thing, the azure crystal sword and the silver ghost blood blade. However, he knew that both of his weapons were not as valuable as the rainbow sword. Without a profound level weapon, a high-grade 2nd-grade weapon would be the best. "Take it, this is a greeting gift from this old man," the great Supreme Elder said lightly as he handed the sword to Luo Qingxuang. Luo Qingxuang hesitated for a moment, but under the encouragement of Ling Xiao's gaze, she stepped forward to thank the great Supreme Elder and accepted the rainbow sword. Her heart was filled with an indescribable joy. "All right, let's talk when we get back," Ling Tsang said from the side. "Wait a moment, I'll go collect the spoils of war." Ling Xiao nodded and began to inspect the spoils of war. The most valuable thing was the horn of the black-horned snake and its beast core. There was also the snake gallbladder, the snake tendon, and the snake skin. Of course, Qing Lang's mid-tier 2 dragon beheading heavy blade was not an ordinary item either. At this time, the great Supreme Elder and Ling Tsang also noticed the decapitated corpses of the poison men. Worry flashed across their faces. After collecting the spoils of war, Ling Xiao first sent Luo Qingxuang back to the Luo family's territory before heading back to the Luo family with the 2 elders. After 2 months, he once again returned to Meteorite City, to the Ling family. His strength was no longer the same as before, and this part of the world had changed greatly because of him. In a remote area outside the city where few people lived, there was an abandoned manor. The manor's buildings were old and dilapidated, but the area it took up was not small. It was not hard to guess that this place once had a glorious history. This place once had a very elegant name, Lu Ting Xian. It turned out that this place had been specially decorated by the owner's family. There were small bridges and flowing water, willows swaying in the wind, and pavilions and jade buildings, so it was called Lu Ting Xian. Unfortunately, this Lu Ting Xian had been struck by a plague 50 years ago. More than 100 people in Lu Tingxian died from the plague. From then on, no one dared to take even half a step into Lu Tingxian. However, at this time, the short spirit master who had been injured by the young Qilin appeared in front of Lu Tingxian. He came to the front of the most inconspicuous old building, looked left and right, and seeing that there was no one around, he directly went in. Then, he came to the bed and twisted the bed frame. The stone bed actually slowly opened up. Not long after, an underground secret room that could only fit one person appeared in front of him. The short man did not even think and directly jumped in. Then, the underground secret room actually closed up again. It was completely impossible to tell that this was the entrance to an underground secret room. The underground secret room was very spacious. It was dark and gloomy, with only a few spots of light. It seemed extremely quiet and deep. However, there were no less than 100 black shadows standing here. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely discover that half of these black shadows were actually poison men. Every single one of them was lifeless, and their faces were dark green and ferocious. The other half were all dead people. Their skin was very pale and frightening. It seemed that they had not been refined into poison men yet. In another corner of the wall, there was a large cauldron that was half the height of a person. Next to it was a large pile of poisonous grass. It was clearly used to refine poison pills. There was a strong aura of death and the unpleasant smell of poisonous grass. It made people feel deep and terrifying. After the short spirit master returned to the secret room, he swallowed a few pills and then sat on the stone bed to meditate. About an hour later, Wen slowly woke up. That damned little bastard, how could he possibly have such a powerful spirit beast helping him? The short spirit master gnashed his teeth and muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with a strong killing intent. At this time, a rhythmic knocking sound came from the entrance to the secret room. The short spirit master's face flashed with impatience. After hesitating for a moment, he still came out of the secret room. On top of the building, a tall, thin person wearing a gray robe and a black cloth over his face was walking back and forth with his hands behind his back. The entrance to the secret room opened, and a short spirit master jumped out from below. "Old man, thank you for your help this time." The masked person immediately cupped his hands in thanks when he saw the short spirit master. "Humph, don't thank me too early. That kid isn't dead yet." The short spirit master swung his sleeves and snorted coldly. "What, you made such a big commotion and you didn't kill that kid?" The masked person was shocked. He was very clear about the short spirit master's strength. It was impossible that he couldn't even kill a middle-stage mystic cultivator. Even with the help of a spirit beast, he couldn't have failed. "It's your fault for providing inaccurate information. I originally thought that he only had a small scarlet beast that would make things a bit more troublesome for me, but that high level 2 wind wolf you were talking about is now a level 3 wind wolf king. Even my beloved snake died under its claws. Furthermore, there's another scary spirit beast that almost took my old life." The short spirit master said without any good mood. He didn't know that the one that attacked him from behind was the little scarlet beast. He mistakenly thought that there was another powerful spirit beast helping Ling Xiao. Impossible, the Li family's information can't be wrong. That was clearly a high stage 2 wind wolf. Otherwise, how could it have been surrounded and killed by Li Yuanlong and the others? The masked person retorted in disbelief. "Ling Laowu, I saw it with my own eyes. How can I be wrong? This time, not only did I lose my beloved snake, I also lost 4 death warriors. What a huge loss. If you don't think of a way to compensate me, I won't do it." The short spirit master roared at the masked person. Chapter 107. Old Ghost, you must remember your promise. Before we seize control of the clan, you cannot back out. The masked man did not look weak as he spoke. "Are you threatening me?" Let me tell you, Fifth Ling, no one in Meteor City can threaten me. If you don't give me a satisfactory reward, then don't blame me for turning against you. The short spirit master raised his head and gloomily stared at the masked man. The masked man clenched his fists and finally relaxed them. He smiled and said, "Old ghost, don't be impulsive. After this is done, we will definitely take the medicine cauldron you want from the artifact pavilion as a reward. This is the reward we agreed upon. Also, give me 2 Xian artifacts as compensation for the loss of my love snake." The short spirit master spoke in a tone that didn't allow for negotiation. Xian artifacts could be counted in Meteor City, but this short spirit master dared to ask for 2. If it was someone else, they would definitely call him a madman. The masked man was also cursing in his heart, but he still comforted the short spirit master and said, "Old ghost, the number of Xian artifacts in Meteor City can be counted on one hand. If you ask for 2, where would I go to get them for you? At most, I can give you 1. How about I give you 10 high-tier second-level weapons? What use do I have for high-tier second-level weapons? Since you can only get 1 Xian artifact, then you can exchange it with your Ling clan's Cyan tier Xian technique," the short spirit master said. The masked man narrowed his eyes and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He immediately said, "Okay, I hope you won't disappoint me in half a year. Otherwise, I won't be able to do what you said. That's natural. As long as you provide me with enough poisonous grass, I will definitely do what I promised you," the short spirit master promised. Immediately afterward, the 2 talked for a while before the masked man left Lu Tingxian. "Stupid guy, if you don't keep your promise, I will bury your entire clan." The short spirit master looked at the back of the masked man and cursed in his heart. Back at home, the first thing Ling Xiao wanted to do was to go home and take a bath. He didn't want to think about anything else and would talk about it the next day. There was nothing he could do about it. During his time in the mountain range, he only had a pool to wash his body when he first entered the mountain range. Later on, he entered the illusory valley and fell into the abyss. He was in extreme danger and had a brush with death. There was no time or clean water for him to wash. The 2 old men saw that the kid didn't have any fear after the battle, so they let him be. They just told him to find them immediately after he had a good rest. They had something important to ask him. Ling Xiao replied, "Got it." Then, he headed back to his courtyard. At this time, the sky had just brightened. The guards patrolled the streets in groups of 3 or 5, while the servants rushed to the market to buy the necessities for their masters. As soon as these people saw Ling Xiao riding the Golden Wolf King, they all panicked and ran in all directions to avoid him. The slightly braver guards recognized Ling Xiao and quickly bowed to Ling Xiao, "Greetings, Lord Deacon." Ling Xiao nodded at them and sped up the speed of the Golden Wolf King. He thought to himself, "Little Gold is still too cool, but I like it." Soon, Ling Xiao arrived at his courtyard. He saw a young girl dressed in light and elegant silk leaning against the door, lost in thought about something. This young girl had a delicate and tender face, pure and flawless beautiful eyes, red lips like the petals of a flower, slender and elegant figure, as slender as a willow, and bulging breasts like a purse. From afar, she looked like a daffodil, tranquil and pleasant, making people want to love her. The girl seemed to have heard something. She looked up and saw a 4-meter-long wolf not far in front of her. "Ah!" The young girl cried out in alarm. Her face was deathly pale from fright. She quickly turned around and ran into the house. At this moment, a gust of wind drifted towards her. In the next moment, her slender waist was grabbed by a strong and powerful hand. "Who is it? Let me go. Otherwise, I'll scream." The girl struggled to slap the hand around her waist, screaming non-stop. "My darling, it's only been 2 months and you don't recognize me?" A frivolous voice rang in her ear. Suddenly, the girl stopped struggling. Her body trembled a few times. Then, she turned her head and saw a handsome face appear in front of her. Young master. When the girl saw the person holding her, she exclaimed in disbelief. The person holding the girl was none other than Ling Xiao, who had just returned home, and the person he was holding was his personal maid and god-sister, Bai Yushi. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and brought his head closer. He took a whiff of Bai Yushi's body fragrance and lightly praised, "Yushi, you smell even more fragrant than before." Bai Yushi smiled and said, "Young master, you're finally back." Then, she buried her head deeply in Ling Xiao's warm chest. A sense of stability, steadiness, and happiness assaulted the depths of her heart. Ever since Ling Xiao entered the mountain range, she would wait at the door every day for her young master to return safely. After dozens of days and nights of anticipation, her young master had finally returned. She was truly happy, very happy. Xiao, you're back." A woman's surprised voice came from the house. Needless to say, it was definitely Ling Xiao's mother, Meng Xian. Hearing Meng Xian's voice, Bai Yushi hurriedly struggled to leave Ling Xiao's embrace. However, Ling Xiao's hands were like a pair of pliers, unwilling to let go. "Mother, Xiao is back." Ling Xiao hugged Bai Yushi and walked into the house. He called out to Meng Xian, who was walking over. Meng Xian quickly walked to Ling Xiao's side and said lovingly, "Child, you're finally back. You really made mother worry to death. In the future, remember to bring guards when you go out. That way, mother can be at ease." Feeling Meng Xian's concern, Ling Xiao felt a warm current flow in his heart. Immediately, Ling Xiao let go of Bai Yushi and walked over to hug his mother's shoulder. "Mother, Xiao is very hungry. Tell the servants to get me something to eat. I'm going to take a bath." Meng Xian glanced at the blushing Bai Yushi and smiled at Ling Xiao. "Hurry up and go, your body stinks. I'll call the servants to prepare some food for you." "Mother, wait a moment. Let me introduce you to a good friend I brought back from the mountain range. Xiao Jin is coming in." Ling Xiao turned around and called out to the outside. Hearing Ling Xiao's voice, the Golden Wolf King came in with the young Qilin and the cub. "Ah!" Meng Xian and Bai Yushi were frightened and quickly hid behind Ling Xiao. "Mother, Yushi, don't be afraid. They're all my friends. This is Little Red, Little Gold, and Little Black. You can call them that in the future. You have to recognize that this is our mother and this is Yushi, young master's good little sister." Ling Xiao comforted his mother and Bai Yushi as he introduced the three spirit beasts to them. The three spirit beasts seemed to understand Ling Xiao's words and called out to the two girls a few times in response. Meng Xian and Bai Yushi calmed down. They never thought that Ling Xiao would actually bring the legendary spirit beasts back home. However, they still didn't dare to go near the Golden Wolf King. After all, it was too big. Instead, the young Qilin and Little Black were more welcomed. However, the young Qilin didn't seem to like people touching it. Whoever tried to touch it, it would bare its fangs. The two girls were so scared that they didn't dare to touch it. They could only fight over the cub and touch it to their heart's content. The cub was also a newborn and didn't have any wild nature. It would lick everyone's face and kiss them. At this moment, Ling Zhan came out from his seclusion. Ling Zhan was also shocked by the Golden Wolf King like the two girls. Ling Xiao had to quickly explain. "Good kid, you can even tame a spirit beast. You're quite something." Ling Zhan happily patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and praised him. The one in front of him was a rank 3 spirit beast. It was equivalent to a human spirit master. In Meteor City, the number of spirit masters could be counted on one's fingers. Furthermore, every spirit master was a top-notch expert. Normal people who dared to provoke them would be courting death. Now that his son was able to tame such a strong spirit beast, he felt proud as a father. Let's see who else would dare to come and cause trouble in the future. don't you know what kind of person your son is? Ling Xiao curled his lips and proudly boasted. That's right, son, what's your cultivation now? Have you already advanced to a high-level Xianqi cultivator? Ling Zhan asked. After 2 months of bitter cultivation and the black Ganoderma that Ling Xiao provided, he took a small piece every day to increase his Xianqi. Now, he had broken through from a low-level Xianqi cultivator to a middle-level Xianqi cultivator. Before Ling Xiao left home, he was only a middle-level Xianqi cultivator. Now that Ling Zhan couldn't see his cultivation, he guessed that he was a high-level Xianqi cultivator. Not a high-level Xianqi cultivator. Ling Xiao shook his head and paused for a moment before saying, "Father, you're too slow. Your son is already a middle-level Xianqi cultivator." After saying that, Ling Xiao no longer paid attention to his father and directly walked towards his room. Middle-level Xianqi cultivator? Ling Zhan looked at his son's back and muttered. He then said with a tone of disbelief, "This stinking brat, he even wants to trick his father. What an unfilial son." Not long after Ling Xiao entered his room, Bai Yushi brought a few maids with the water that he wanted to bathe in. After the maids left, Bai Yushi came in front of Ling Xiao with a slightly red face and said, "Young master, Yushi will help you bathe and change your clothes." Ling Xiao looked at the delicate and beautiful Bai Yushi and swallowed his saliva. Okay. During this period of time, he had been holding it in. He had always been with Luo Qingxuang, but he didn't dare to do anything to her. There was a ball of fire in his heart. Bai Yushi had long been dead set on Ling Xiao. Feeling Ling Xiao's urgent need, she didn't resist at all. Instead, her heart was very eager to receive the young master's love. She hugged Ling Xiao's waist with her delicate hands and looked like she was waiting for him to do whatever he wanted. Chapter 108. Unknowingly, the two of them stayed in the room for the entire morning. Bai Yushi kept asking Ling Xiao about his experiences during this period of time. Every time she heard Ling Xiao say something exciting, she couldn't help but hug Ling Xiao's tiger body tightly. She knew that although the young master's words were very relaxed, it was definitely very dangerous at that time. "Oh right, Yushi, you are now a level 7 martial disciple. When you break through to the profound realm, young master will find someone to spar with you so that you can increase your combat experience. This will also be beneficial to your cultivation," Ling Xiao said. 2 months had passed, and Bai Yushi had already advanced from the 4th level to the 7th level. This speed had to be said to be astonishingly fast, mainly because the Water Moon Divine Art that Ling Xiao had passed down to her was indeed a very powerful cultivation technique, and it was also inseparable from Bai Yushi's hard work. Ever since the incident at the Drunken Fragrance restaurant, she had remembered young master's instructions. In order not to become a burden to young master, she had been cultivating the Water Moon Divine Art and the Water Moon Sword technique day and night, which was why she had her current strength. Bai Yushi shrunk into Ling Xiao's embrace and obediently replied, "Yushi will listen to young master's words." After a round of warmth with Bai Yushi, Ling Xiao's spirit was completely relaxed. He lay on the bed and fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already evening. He didn't expect to sleep so soundly that he didn't even know when Bai Yushi had left the bed. It was enough to show that he had been too tired and nervous these past 2 months. Now that he had returned home, his mind was relaxed, which was why he slept so soundly. At this moment, Bai Yushi pushed the door open and walked in, carrying a hot dinner in her hand. When Ling Xiao saw such a fragrant meal, his stomach immediately growled. "Young master must be hungry, come and eat." After Bai Yushi was nourished by Ling Xiao, she looked even more beautiful and moving. "Thank you, Yushi," Ling Xiao replied. He jumped off the bed naked and began to clean up the dinner. After finishing all the food that Bai Yushi had sent over, Ling Xiao only felt 70% full. It was probably because he had eaten too much dried meat in the mountain range during this period of time that he was tired of it. He felt that the dinner that he cooked at home was especially delicious. After the meal, Ling Xiao walked out of the courtyard and chatted with his parents for a while before he went to appease the 3 spirit beasts. In the past, the Golden Wolf King got hungry very easily. Now that it had swallowed the beast core and become a 3rd-rank spirit beast, its appetite had greatly decreased. The young Qilin seemed to have stayed on the Golden Wolf King's head for a long time. When it saw Ling Xiao appear, it immediately jumped into Ling Xiao's arms. The black cub on the ground also let out a low growl, as if it wanted Ling Xiao to hug it. Ling Xiao placed the young Qilin on his shoulder and hugged the black cub to give it a kiss. He was thinking that he should let Bai Yushi take care of the black cub in the future. It would be easier for her to take care of it when it grew up. As for the Golden Wolf King, Ling Xiao had to think of a way to keep it safe. This made him think of the spirit beast bracer on his hand. He had obtained this spiritual beast bracer from the Green Wolf, and it was specifically used to store spiritual beasts. It turned out that before the Green Wolf died, he had to erase the spiritual beast bracer's spiritual intent before it could be used by him. Now that the Green Wolf King was dead, would the spiritual intent on the bracer disappear on its own? As long as he could use this bracer, he could bring the Golden Wolf King with him at any time. This way, it wouldn't be too eye-catching. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao condensed his spiritual intent towards the bracer. When Ling Xiao's spiritual will approached the spirit beast wristband, the spirit beast wristband automatically received his will. It really disappeared on its own. I can use it now. Ling Xiao immediately laughed. There was a few dozen square meters of space in the bracer. It was enough for the Golden Wolf King, the young Qilin, and the black cub to move around. Ling Xiao sent his spiritual intent to the Golden Wolf King. The ground flashed and the Golden Wolf King disappeared in front of him. Ling Xiao looked at the Golden Wolf King. Sure enough, the Golden Wolf King was still in the bracer. This is much more convenient. Ling Xiao smiled. Then, he put the black cub and young Qilin into the bracer. In order to put the spirit beasts into the bracer, he had to communicate with the spirit beasts. He had to make sure that the spirit beasts didn't resist. Not just any spirit beast could be put into the bracer. When the spirit beasts wanted to come out, they had to get the permission of the bracer's owner before they could come out. As the owner of the bracer, Ling Xiao could sense everything that was happening in the bracer at all times. As soon as the young Qilin was put into the bracer, it seemed to dislike the environment and wanted to go out. Ling Xiao sensed it. So, Ling Xiao let it out. Ling Xiao was in a good mood after solving the problem of the spirit beasts. Lone Eagle, come out for a while. Ling Xiao called in a direction. Then, a figure appeared in front of Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao's servant, Lone Eagle. Lone Eagle greets young master. Lone Eagle bowed to Ling Xiao respectfully. After Lone Eagle and Ling Xiao's trip to the mountain range, Ling Xiao helped him obtain the 1000-year black Ganoderma, which allowed him to break through to the high-level mystic realm. His cultivation was considered top-notch in Meteorite City. Lone Eagle knew that all of this was bestowed upon him by his young master. He had long admired Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. Now that Ling Xiao had returned from the mountain range, and his cultivation had risen to the mid-level mystic realm, Lone Eagle was extremely shocked. Back then, it took him a few years to break through from the low-level mystic realm to the mid-level mystic realm. But his young master had broken through to the mid-level mystic realm in just 2 months. The gap was rather terrifying, and it was really a blow to him. Then, when he saw Ling Xiao return with a few spirit beasts, he was completely numb. He was 100% sure that his young master was definitely a monster. At the same time, this made him look forward to Ling Xiao's future. You've worked hard during this period of time. Ling Xiao said to Lone Eagle lightly. Lone Eagle was sent back from the mountain range to remind his grandfather, Ling Tsang, to guard against the 2nd and 5th elders. He also ordered Lone Eagle to protect Bai Yushi at all times. Ever since Ling Xiao returned home, he sensed Lone Eagle's existence and knew that he was secretly protecting Bai Yushi. Since he did not disobey his orders, he felt that Lone Eagle should be very loyal to him. It is Lone Eagle's honor to work for young master. Lone Eagle replied. Then, he took out a bag and said, "Oh right, young master, I sold all the weapons I brought back for a total of 25,000 gold coins. Please check and accept them." The weapons that Lone Eagle mentioned were obtained from killing Aardwolf and the others, as well as the Peng's 7 eagles. Ling Xiao did not take the gold coins. Instead, he said indifferently, "Take these gold coins with you. You will follow me from now on. Tell me when you need them." "Yes, young master." Lone Eagle replied and put away the bag again. "Lone Eagle, this young master told you before, as long as you follow this young master loyally, this young master will definitely not mistreat you. Mystic Knight rank is not the end, do you remember these words?" Ling Xiao asked. Lone Eagle remembers. Lone Eagle replied with slight excitement. Back in the mountain range, Ling Xiao had said something like this to him. At that time, Lone Eagle had only half believed Ling Xiao's words. Now that he saw Ling Xiao's speed of growth, he completely believed it. "Do you still remember this spirit grass?" Ling Xiao took out the wind grass that Lone Eagle had given him from his spatial ring. Lone Eagle nervously nodded, indicating that he remembered. He thought to himself, could this be a low-grade spirit grass? Back then, when he gave it to Ling Xiao, he did not know that it was a wind grass. He only felt that it was extraordinary, so he gave it to Ling Xiao. If it was a low-grade spirit grass and the young master found out, then it would be terrible. "This is a high-grade 3rd grade wind grass," Ling Xiao said. High-grade 3rd grade wind grass." Lone Eagle was shocked. Ling Xiao looked at Lone Eagle's expression and knew that he did not recognize this wind grass, otherwise he would not have given it to him. Its value was very high, not to mention that Lone Eagle had some wind attribute, so it would be very useful to him. Ling Xiao threw the wind grass back to Lone Eagle. Lone Eagle looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. He thought that Ling Xiao wanted to drive him away, so he immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, "Lone Eagle deserves to die. Young master, please don't drive Lone Eagle away. Lone Eagle is willing to accept any punishment." "Huh, who said I wanted to drive you away?" Ling Xiao laughed and then helped Lone Eagle up. "This is a reward for you. I hope that you can rely on this wind grass to increase the purity of your wind attribute. Of course, it would be best if you can condense wind baleful chi. Wind grass could increase the purity of a wind attribute martial artist and had the chance to condense wind baleful chi, increasing its lethality. Generally, when a martial artist broke through to the mystic realm, they could separate their own attributes, and these attributes represented their future cultivation strength. For example, if a mystic realm martial artist had the fire attribute, but his fire attribute was only 30% pure, then his cultivation speed would be much slower than a martial artist with 40% pure. If he could obtain some kind of spirit grass or elixir to increase his attribute's purity, then his cultivation speed would be greatly increased. Chapter 109. In fact, this was referring to a person's Tenbin aptitude. Du Ying's wind attribute was not very pure, perhaps only 15%. If he absorbed the wind grass, he could increase the purity of his wind attribute by another 10%. Then Du Ying's wind attribute would reach 25%. Cultivating the wind attribute would be much faster than before, and his running speed would naturally be much faster. However, a person could only absorb one wind grass. Eating another would not have the effect of purifying it. The wind grass had another special characteristic, which was that it could condense wind evil chi. The wind evil chi was extremely lethal and also had a corrosive nature, which could increase a cultivator's fighting ability. Du Ying didn't recognize the wind grass, but he knew its uses. His heart surged. However, his mind was still clear. He felt that Ling Xiao might be testing his loyalty, so he handed the Yin wind grass back to Ling Xiao and said, "Young master, you should keep this Yin wind grass. I told you to accept it, I don't need it. From tonight onwards, you can go into seclusion and only come out after you finish absorbing the Yin wind grass," Ling Xiao said generously. Who told him to have a large amount of Yin wind grass in his space ring? Moreover, he had innate Yin wind evil qi, so he didn't care about this Yin wind grass at all. "Many thanks, young master." Doing was stunned for a moment before kneeling on the ground and kowtowing in thanks. He was extremely moved. Young master was too generous. The Yin wind grass was worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins. If it was auctioned, it could easily be sold for 1,000 gold coins. Now that young master was giving it to him, how could he not be moved? "Alright, don't be so wishy-washy. When you come out, I'll give you 2 more Xian arts to cultivate so you can quickly break through to Spirit Master." Ling Xiao waved his hand. Doing thanked him again before returning to his residence and going into seclusion. Many years later, when Lone Eagle recalled how his young master had treated him that night, he was still deeply moved. He felt that choosing his young master was the wisest decision of his life. Ling Xiao didn't take this to heart. He had always been very good to the people around him. Even if Solitary Eagle was just his servant, as long as he was loyal to him, he would train him to be the most powerful servant in the world. After resting for a day, Ling Xiao entered the inner courtyard to see Ling Tsang. As he walked past the martial arts field, all of the younger generation of the Ling family looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. Most of them even greeted Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao returned their greetings with a smile, not showing the slightest arrogance or complacency. Although he was usually a little arrogant and narcissistic, he was still relatively good to others. After arriving at the inner courtyard, Ling Tsang called Ling Xiao to his study. Ling Tsang looked at Ling Xiao with a benevolent smile. "Xiao heir, good job. I didn't think that you would recover your Xian realm cultivation so quickly and even break through to the middle level. Grandpa is proud of you, but you must not be arrogant and impatient. Strive to break through to the high level as soon as possible. If you can reach Spirit Master within 10 years, our Ling family will welcome another glorious era." Ling Xiao scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. "Grandpa, Xiao heir won't let you down. Alright, it's good that you have such confidence. Now that you've broken through to the mystic realm, I should have given you some rewards, but your grandpa's collection isn't as rich as the Grand Elders, so I don't plan on giving you anything." Ling Tsang said this and took a sip of tea. "This time I called you here to tell you 2 things. Listen carefully." "Grandpa, please speak." Ling Xiao listened attentively. "First, before the family competition, you can't leave the family carelessly. If you really want to go out, you have to bring the Tiger Guards. Second, don't get involved in the internal conflicts of the family. Just focus on your cultivation," Ling Tsang warned seriously. With regards to the first point, Ling Xiao could naturally understand his grandfather's thoughts. He was afraid that the Li and Lan families would take revenge on him. After all, he had killed members of the 2 families and crippled one of Li Yuanlong's hands in the desolate mountain range. He had humiliated the Li family in front of all the mercenaries and adventurers. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't let the matter rest. He might even start a war between the 2 families. Thus, his grandfather had him stay in the family for his own safety. As for the second point, Ling Xiao didn't agree with it. "Grandpa, those 2 old turtles have always been dissatisfied with you. Are we just going to swallow this humiliation? I suspect that when Daddy and I were crippled, they were the ones who did it," Ling Xiao said with some resentment. "Grandpa knows all of this, and I have a plan to deal with it. Once the family competition is over, this situation will no longer exist, so you don't need to worry. As long as you focus on your cultivation, it will be a blessing for the Ling family," Ling Tsang said confidently. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "Xiao heir understands. Looking at his grandfather's expression, Ling Xiao could tell that his grandfather already had a plan, so he didn't say anything else. Right, do you know who the people who tried to kill you were? Were they from the Li family or the Lan family? Ling Tsang asked as he thought about the assassination attempt on Ling Xiao. Thus, Ling Xiao recounted the events of the ambush to him. A dark element spirit master, and a very short one at that? Ling Tsang thought for a moment before asking in shock, could it be him? Grandpa, who is he? Ling Xiao asked. A ruthless poison master. People call him Old Devil, and he is famous for his poison pills. 10 years ago, he killed countless people in Meteorite City. One time, he wanted to steal something from our family, but he was severely injured by the Grand Elder and chased out of Meteorite City. I didn't think that he would come back again, Ling Tsang said seriously. At this time, Ling Tsang thought about the news that Ling Xiao had brought back. The second elder and the fifth elder had sent people to purchase poisonous plants. Could it be that they were in cahoots with Old Devil? If that was the case, then it would be difficult to deal with them. Ling Xiao also thought of the same thing as Ling Tsang. Otherwise, he couldn't understand how someone of Green Wolf status could be able to hire such an expert to kill him. Xiao when you go see the Grand Elder, remember to tell him about this and see what he has to say, Ling Tsang said seriously. Yes, Grandpa, Ling Xiao replied. After chatting with Ling Tsang for a while, he left. After leaving the inner pavilion, Ling Xiao went to the second floor of the mysterious skill pavilion. Grandpa, I'm here. Ling Xiao greeted the Grand Elder as soon as he saw him reclining in his chair. You've been playing outside for 2 months. It's time to start cultivating again. The Grand Elder didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Yes, Grandpa, but Grandpa told me to bring you a message, Ling Xiao replied. He then told the Grand Elder about the poison master trying to kill him. After hearing this, the Grand Elder's eyes flashed and he said, no wonder I felt a poison at that time. I didn't think that guy would come back. Grandpa, is that short guy very strong? Ling Xiao asked. Although he knew that the short guy was a spirit master, his grandfather and the Grand Elder in front of him shouldn't be weaker than him. Why did they look so serious? 10 years ago, he was a middle spirit master. Do you think he's strong or not? The Grand Elder said. He then continued, his strongest point isn't his cultivation, but his poisonous elemental attacks. Normal people will die immediately if they come into contact with it. Even if they don't die, they will lose the ability to fight and will be at his mercy. It's that scary? Ling Xiao thought back to yesterday when he was surrounded by the black mist. The swollen tumor on his body made him feel a lingering fear. However, he didn't understand why he didn't die from the poison. Instead, the poison disappeared before it spread to his organs. Could it be that Bead or Lu Wang helped him? Ling Xiao hadn't broken through to the spirit master level yet, so he couldn't look at his Dantian and Sea of Consciousness. He only knew that a gray bead had entered his head in the abyss of the mountain range, so he guessed that it was either the bead or Lu Wang in his Sea of Consciousness that helped him. If I knew he wouldn't change, I would have killed him that day, the Grand Elder said regretfully. Old Master, you don't have to blame yourself. Who would have thought that this guy would dare to come back? Ling Xiao comforted him. He then continued, Old Master, Second Elder and Fifth Elder used the clan's treasury to purchase poisonous plants. Could it be related to this old man? An awkward expression flashed across the Grand Elder's face as he said, back then, I promised the Patriarch that I wouldn't interfere with the family's internal affairs. I know that the Second and Fifth Elders are targeting your grandfather, but I know that as long as I'm here, they won't dare to go too far. I just didn't think that they would collude with this kind of person in order to seize the position. It really makes one's heart ache. You don't need to worry about this matter. If I really find out that they're colluding with that old ghost, I'll personally send them to the Patriarch to repent. Yes, Grandpa. Ling Xiao looked at the Grand Elder's expression and knew that he might have some difficulties that he couldn't say, so he didn't say anything else. Alright, go back to the back mountain and cultivate the 5 transformations Vajra secret art. You're not allowed to come out until you've reached the grand accomplishment stage of the 2nd transformation. I'll have someone send you some medicine. Here are 3 bottles of muscle-growing pills and chi-restoring pills, enough for you to reach the mid-accomplishment stage. As for whether or not you can reach the grand accomplishment stage, that will depend on your luck, the Grand Elder said as 2 bottles of pills appeared in his hand. At this time, Ling Xiao noticed that there was an inconspicuous ring on the Grand Elder's pinky finger. There was no need to guess to know that this was a space ring. Ling Xiao secretly sighed, the Patriarch is truly worthy of being the #1 master of Meteor City. He even has such a rare treasure like a space ring. If it was before, Ling Xiao would have tried to coax the Grand Elder into giving him a space ring, but now that he had won, he no longer coveted the Grand Elder's ring. Ling Xiao put away the muscle-growing pills and chi-restoring pills. These 2 pills were good stuff and were both Tier 2 pills. The former was an upgraded version of the Dew-restoring pill, which had a better healing effect, while the latter was an upgraded version of the Chi-restoring pill, which had a faster Chi recovery effect. Patriarch, can you see if I've reached the grand accomplishment stage of the 2nd transformation? Ling Xiao said as he circulated the 5 transformations Vajra secret art. His entire body was shrouded in a dazzling golden light. The Grand Elder snappily said, "This is an elemental light. How can it be considered the grand accomplishment stage?" The Grand Elder already knew that Ling Xiao was of the metal attribute, so he didn't think that he had reached the grand accomplishment stage of the 2nd transformation. Chapter 110. Old Master, take a closer look. Ling Xiao tore off his shirt, revealing his chest so that the Great Elder could see his skin color clearly. The skin color of his chest was also like the attribute light, suffused with a golden color, as if his body was made of gold, making him look extremely sturdy. This. The Great Elder bounced up from his chair and stared at Ling Xiao's muscles with wide eyes. Most mystic cultivators could emit attribute light, but the attribute light was outside the body, not on the skin. However, Ling Xiao's skin had turned golden, which was a sign of the 2nd transformation of the Vajra 5 transformation technique, refining tendons. How did you do it? The Great Elder asked anxiously. Thinking about how Ling Xiao had only been practicing the Vajra 5 transformation technique for half a year, and now he had already reached the 2nd transformation, how could he endure this? Thinking back to the time when he had reached this stage, he had spent many years and suffered a lot before he could reach this stage. Thus, Ling Xiao roughly told the Supreme Elder about his training with the Black Bear in the mountains, as well as some of the thrilling things that happened during the training. You said that you obtained the sap of the 10,000-year tree and found the existence of the secret realm? The Great Elder asked with excitement in his eyes. Yes, Old Master. Otherwise, how could I have become a mystic cultivator again in such a short period of time? Ling Xiao nodded in response. Huh, you little brat, your luck is truly enviable. The Grand Elder laughed in Ling Xiao's stead. Then, he solemnly warned, don't ever mention this to anyone else, not even your own friends. Otherwise, you'll be killed. Yes, Old Master, Ling Xiao said seriously. He then said, now that I've cultivated to the 3rd stage, the organs refinement stage, will you take out some more pills for me to cultivate with? The Great Elder heard Ling Xiao's words and shook his head, you brat, you've clearly reached the 2nd transformation, yet you still dare to take my flesh-growing pill and chi-returning pill. Now you're still trying to extort me. Are you asking for a beating? But, how am I supposed to continue refining without medicinal pills? Ling Xiao asked helplessly. He knew that in order to cultivate the Vajra 5 transformation secret art, each transformation required a large amount of spirit grass and elixirs. The more one cultivated, the higher the grade of spirit grass and elixirs needed. If one did not have enough elixirs to absorb in the early stages, it would be impossible to continue cultivating. That would only harm one's body. The great elder let out a long sigh and said, "I'm the same as you, I've only reached the small success stage of the third transformation. This is because in order to refine the third transformation, I need spirit herbs and pills at or below the fourth stage. How can it be so easy to obtain third stage spirit herbs and spirit herbs?" After listening to the words of the highest elder, Ling Xiao was speechless. It seemed that he had never heard of a third-grade alchemist in Meteorite City. Could it be that the Vajra 5 transformation secret art could only be cultivated to the initial stage of the third transformation? After leaving the profound skill chamber, Ling Xiao returned to his residence. He was very depressed in his heart. He knew the magic of the Vajra 5 transformation secret art. Although he had to suffer a lot in order to cultivate each transformation, once he succeeded, his defense would definitely become too strong. Moreover, it would have the effect of self-healing. He was thinking that if he cultivated to the last transformation, the blood refinement realm, would he be able to regrow his broken limbs? Ling Xiao was unwilling, but he also knew that he had no other way. The great elder, with such a high level of cultivation, had only reached the small success stage of the third transformation, the organs refinement realm. This was completely because the resources in Meteorite City were too backward. Third-stage spirit herbs could be found in the depths of the mountains, but where could he find third-stage pills? In Meteorite City, there were third-stage blacksmiths, but there was not a single third-grade alchemist. This was also the reason why the great elder stopped here. With my current strength, as long as I don't meet a spirit master, protecting myself shouldn't be a problem. Now, I should raise my strength first. Maybe when I go to the Purple Sky sect, there will be a third-grade alchemist. Ling Xiao shook his head and let himself forget his worries. He began to calm down and meditate. Ling Xiao calmed his mind and began to circulate the three-part restoration qi. The dark force in his body washed his body, and he only felt that his strength was very pure and full. He also sighed in his heart that his trip to the mountains this time had brought him too many surprises. Although he had brushed shoulders with death a few times, it was all worth it to be able to increase his strength. While Ling Xiao was meditating, the small tree in his sea of consciousness also emitted a bright light. Wisps of dark force were constantly being absorbed by the roots of the small tree. The gray bead at the side also emitted a faint light. A portion of the dark force was also absorbed by it. The light became brighter and brighter, looking strange. After meditating for a long time, Ling Xiao only felt that his whole body was relaxed and calm. When I return to the clan, I won't have spirit beast meat to eat, and there won't be any shortcuts to increase my dark force. In the future, I have to cultivate steadily. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. In the mountains, he could increase his dark force by eating spirit beast meat every day. He didn't need to cultivate much to increase his dark force. But when he returned to the clan, it was different. Without spirit beast meat to eat, if he wanted to increase his strength, he had to cultivate honestly. Right, I haven't had a chance to take a closer look at the treasures inside this space ring. Now, let me see what this Earth Sovereign Realm Supermaster has. I hope they don't disappoint me. Ling Xiaokai remembered that he hadn't had a chance to examine the contents of the space ring since obtaining it, so now was the time to study what treasures he had. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's eyes became hot and his gaze turned to the spatial ring. Ling Xiao first looked at the pile of spirit herbs. There were at least 100 spirit herbs here, and each one was full of spirit energy. It was obvious that they were of high grade. The first thing he saw was a relatively large spirit herb, and it was very green. The stem of this spirit herb was as thick as an arm, and there were only 3 leaves at the top. Each leaf was very strange, and the patterns on the leaves were in a spiral shape instead of a straight line. They looked like round eyes, and they looked very strange and intelligent. I plant. Ling Xiao's mouth was wide open as he looked at the spirit herb in front of him, and his expression was very surprised. Ling Xiao had already memorized the catalogue of spirit herbs, and he recognized the origin of this spirit herb at a glance. I plant, a low-grade 3 spirit herb, was a high-grade spirit herb that could replenish blood. If anyone lost too much blood in a fight, as long as they still had a breath left, the eye plant would be able to restore 100% of their blood. This was a kind of spirit herb that could save one's life. Moreover, it had a major characteristic, and that was that it could allow one's eyes to see 1,000 miles for 2 days without being obstructed by night. It was very suitable for reconnaissance. In addition to the above effects, eye plant was also the main spirit herb for refining grade 3 spirit pills. It was very useful. But for the current Ling Xiao, this eye plant wasn't very useful. Then he looked at the next spirit herb. This spirit herb was shaped like a star, and it was intertwined with small blue vines. It exuded a strong water attribute spirit qi. Starlight grass. Ling Xiao's eyes became hot, and he couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at this spirit herb. Starlight grass was of a higher grade than eye plant. It was a middle grade 4 spirit herb, and it was a water attribute spirit herb. Its effect was the same as the blue water grass that Ling Xiao had obtained from the pool in the mountain range. However, its effect was many times stronger than the blue water grass. It could increase the purity of a water attribute spirit herb, and it could also increase the Xian energy of a water attribute spirit herb. If this starlight grass was put up for auction, it would cause a great sensation in Meteor City. Its value could no longer be measured with gold coins. Generally, spirit herbs that reached grade 4 and above would only be exchanged with things of the same grade, such as spirit herbs, Xian skills, and so on. Devil blue flower, middle grade 4 spirit herb, with water attribute, 1000-year red fruit, middle grade 3 spirit herb, with fire attribute, 1000-year ice lotus fruit, high grade 4 spirit herb, with ice attribute. Ling Xiao looked at each spirit herb that was no lower than grade 3, and his expression became numb. In his heart, he was shouting that he had picked up a treasure. The collection of an Earth Sovereign stage powerhouse was really extraordinary. Ling Xiao looked at one of the spirit herbs that was shining with golden light, and his eyes widened. 5. High grade 5 golden ridge grass. Golden ridge grass was a metal attribute spirit herb, so its effect was naturally very significant. However, the reason why Ling Xiao was so surprised was not because it was of the highest grade, but because he remembered the most important spirit herb to cultivate the 4th transformation of the 5 transformation Vajra secret art, bone refining. I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich. Ling Xiao looked at his space ring and exclaimed in excitement. He cried out in surprise in his heart. It was really worthy of being called a secret realm. No wonder so many people would risk their lives to find a secret realm. Looking at this small pile of spirit herbs, I'm afraid even a king stage powerhouse would be envious. Calm. Ling Xiao stroked his racing heart and took a deep breath to calm himself down before turning his attention to the beast cores on the side. Ling Xiao slowly counted and found that there were at least 100 beast cores here, and each one was no worse than the one Ling Xiao had obtained from the lunar wind beast. There were a variety of colors and should be the beast cores of various 5-element spirit beasts. Among the many beast cores, there was one that exuded a purple halo and was surrounded by a thin electric current, making it look extremely extraordinary. Thunder attribute beast core. Ling Xiao looked at the beast core in front of him and exclaimed. He had already seen the extraordinariness of this space ring and was no longer as excited as he had been at the beginning. Thunder attribute spirit beasts were extremely rare. The third-order lightning eagle Ling Xiao had encountered in the mountain range was a dual wind and thunder attribute beast, but its thunder attribute should only be a secondary attribute as its beast core was not as powerful as the one in front of him. Looking at this head-sized thunder attribute beast core, Ling Xiao was 100% sure that the thunder attribute spirit beast he had encountered was at least 5th order. He really hadn't expected that Earth Sovereign Stage Master to be so terrifying. A fifth-order spirit beast was equivalent to a human Earth Sovereign Stage existence, yet it had still been killed by that Earth Sovereign Stage Master. Presumably, that Earth Sovereign Stage Master had already reached the high level. This is great. With so many beast cores, it won't be a problem to refine Xian weapons. Also, I can let the Prodigal and Xiao Jin absorb them to speed up their advancement. This is great. Ling Xiao looked at the beast cores, and the more he looked, the happier he was. Chapter 111. To forge a Xian weapon, the first requirement was to have a beast core. Only those with a beast core could be called a Xian weapon. Why were Xian weapons so rare in Meteor City? One reason was that there was only one rank 3 blacksmith, and the resources required were extremely rare. That was why Xian weapons were so rare and precious. Now that Ling Xiao had a beast core, he could at least guarantee that he wouldn't lack the most important material when he needed to forge Xian weapons. Also, the young Qilin and the Golden Wolf King needed to absorb beast cores to advance. As long as they had enough beast cores, it wouldn't be difficult for them to advance quickly. If the young Qilin reached rank 5 and the Golden Wolf King reached rank 4, he would be able to dominate Meteor City with them. Ling Xiao couldn't help but fantasize about how fun his future would be. At that time, he would have strong spirit beasts to protect him, and it would be more secure for him to go to places where there were many experts. After looking at the spirit grass and beast cores, Ling Xiao looked at the pile of shiny crystals beside the beast cores. Some were big, some were small, and all of them were the same color. This is a Xian crystal? Ling Xiao, who had just calmed down, became excited again. Following that, Ling Xiao took out one of the crystals and looked at it. He immediately smiled and said, "It really is a Xian crystal, oh, I'm so happy that I'm going to faint." Ling Xiao let out a weird cry and fell on the bed. He closed his eyes and slowly digested this sudden happiness. What was a Xian crystal? Ling Xiao had already seen some records in the cabinet. This was a crystal coin used by the big sects and the experts of the continent. Similar to copper, silver, and gold coins, it could be used to buy spirit grass. Many high-level spirit grass, pills, and beast cores could be used to buy spirit grass. Why could Xian crystals buy spirit grass, pills, and beast cores, but not gold coins? That was because Xian crystals had another great use. Each Xian crystal contained a strong spiritual force, and it was a non-elemental spiritual force. As long as one reached the spirit master level, they could absorb these Xian crystals to increase their cultivation speed. Because of this, the glazed crystal was something that every powerful warrior wanted, and it was also a necessity. The mysterious crystal was also divided into 3 grades, low, medium, and high, which were similar to the ratio of copper, silver, and gold. One piece of high-grade mysterious crystal was equal to 1,000 medium-grade mysterious crystals, and one piece of medium-grade mysterious crystal was equal to 1,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. In front of them, Ling Xiao had most Xian crystals of lower level, which amounted to hundreds of thousands. There were also nearly 1,000 middle-level Xian crystals, and only a few hundred upper-level Xian crystals. These mysterious crystals were a great fortune to any warrior. They could be described as priceless treasures. If Ling Xiao broke through to the spiritual master level, he could use these mysterious crystals to break through to the king level, and he might not even be able to use them all. With his current wealth, he was definitely wealthier than his entire family's collection. It was no wonder that Ling Xiao fainted from happiness. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Then, he continued to look at the other corners. There were piles of miscellaneous items, such as 1,000-year black mysterious iron, deep-sea silver stone. They were all rare materials needed to forge mysterious weapons. There were also other miscellaneous items, each of which had their own value, but the current Ling Xiao had no use for them. In the end, all that was left were the small bottles of pills, a scroll, and a piece of beast skin. In the secret territory of the mountain range, Ling Xiao had always thought that he did not get any benefits. The blue-level cultivation method, mysterious weapon, and inheritance were all obtained by Yunmengqi. Even though he was open-minded and magnanimous, he still felt unsatisfied. He had spent so much effort to find the secret territory, but in the end, he did not get anything. Anyone would feel a little unhappy. Luckily, he had obtained the innate evil wind qi outside the secret territory, as well as a large amount of evil wind grass. Coupled with the young Qilin following him, the unhappiness in his heart disappeared. However, he did not expect that the space ring he picked up under the Earth Sovereign Stage Emperor bone would be the real treasure. The space ring contained the Earth Sovereign Stage's lifetime collection, which simply made him overjoyed. High-level spirit grasses, beast cores, profound crystals, all of them made him go crazy with joy. Next, there were a few small bottles, a scroll, and a piece of beast skin that he had yet to look at. Ling Xiao believed that these things were absolutely not simple. He held his breath and slowly looked at the small bottles. At a glance, he knew that they were bottles for storing pills. He picked the closest one and took it out. He slowly opened the bottle cap and a pleasant medicinal smell spread out, filling the whole room. Ling Xiao leaned closer to his nose and sniffed it. He felt his profound qi suddenly circulate rapidly, giving him an impulse to take out the pill inside and eat it. Ling Xiao suppressed his impulse, closed the bottle cap, and threw the bottle back into the space ring. It's definitely a high-level pill, but I don't know what it's called. The medicinal power is so strong and fragrant. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He sighed in his heart. He could not recognize what pill it was because he did not have the common knowledge of pills. Following that, he opened the other bottles and looked at them. Every single one of them had a strong medicinal power. In his opinion, these were at least level 4 pills, otherwise the medicinal power would not be so strong. I wonder if swallowing one will allow me to reach the Spirit Master stage. Ling Xiao guessed. This was because he knew that some heaven-defying pills could not only revive a person's bones, but could also increase profound qi. It was not a difficult thing to break through a realm. Ling Xiao shook his head and temporarily ignored these pills. When he understood pills in the future, he would naturally know what kind of pill it was. In the end, there was only a scroll and a piece of beast skin left. Ling Xiao took these two things out at once. It can't be so coincidental. Ling Xiao looked at the scroll in his left hand and shouted with an exaggerated expression. On the cover of the scroll were a few simple words, Pill Refining Method. Just now, Ling Xiao was still distressed about his lack of knowledge about pills. He did not expect that a book about pills would immediately appear in front of him. This was too much of a coincidence. According to the records, artificers and alchemists were extremely rare on this continent. Every time a high-level artificer or alchemist appeared, their name would shake an area and they would be followed and respected by countless people. Of these two professions, alchemists were more respected. The main reason was that alchemists could refine pills that could save lives and help people increase their profound qi to break through. Just based on these 2 points, it was enough to make anyone respect alchemists. Ling Xiao's eyes became scorching hot. He then licked his lips and put the beast skin to the side. He opened the pill refining method and started reading. Ling Xiao continued to read for a few days. He was deeply attracted by the vast knowledge of the alchemy tactics. For a few days, there was no movement from the Li family in the north of the city. The Lan family also did not have any abnormalities. Logically speaking, when Ling Xiao crippled Li Yuanlong's hand, the Li family should have some sort of reaction. Could it be that the Li family was really afraid of the Ling family? Obviously not, otherwise the Li family would not have been able to develop to such a large scale. Everyone felt that there must be something wrong with this abnormality. The Li family must be secretly planning some kind of operation. As for the Ling family, it was more normal. Their security was tighter than usual. They also increased the number of martial artists protecting their properties, afraid that the Li family would come over and cause trouble. No matter what happened outside, it all seemed to have nothing to do with Ling Xiao. At this moment, he was still in his room, flipping through the pill refining method with an abnormally focused expression. After a long time, Ling Xiao finally closed the book and finished reading the pill refining method. At the end of the book, the 2 words, medicine sect, were written. It seemed that this book came from there. Ling Xiao couldn't help but wonder if that Earth Sovereign stage powerhouse was from the medicine sect. But he was a water attribute martial artist, so it was impossible for him to know how to refine pills. He put the book into his spatial ring and sighed softly. The requirements for an alchemist are really harsh, but I don't know if I have any advantages in this area. In the past few days, Ling Xiao had memorized the names, effects, and essentials of thousands of pills in the pill refining method. He knew that he had already yearned for the miraculous profession of an alchemist. Although Ling Xiao couldn't perform alchemy right now, he could at least distinguish the names of the several bottles of pills in his space ring. There were 3 bottles of 4th grade pills and 1 bottle of 5th grade pills. Through the pill refining method, Ling Xiao knew that pills that reached 3rd grade and above were measured by grade, unlike low-grade pills. This was because only standard grade pills could be called spirit pills and miraculous pills. They were spirit increasing pill, reversal pill, Wangji pill, and violent emperor pill. The spirit increasing pill was a 4th grade pill that could quickly restore spiritual power. It was convenient to take when fighting when one's spiritual power was insufficient. It belonged to the same kind of pill as the Qi nourishing pill and the Qi restoring pill, but it was of a higher grade and had a stronger effect. The reversal pill was a healing pill on the same level as the dew returning pill and the muscle rejuvenation pill, but the reversal pill was even more heaven-defying. As long as a powerhouse was below the emperor stage, no matter how serious the injury, they could rely on the reversal pill to save their life. It was a necessary pill for any powerful martial artist. The Wangji pill was much more precious than the previous 2 pills. There was only 1 pill in the bottle that contained the Wangji pill, and it was the pill that gave Ling Xiao the urge to swallow it. After reading the pill refining method, Ling Xiao knew that this Wangji pill was extremely precious and extraordinary. It was a pill that any high-level king stage powerhouse yearned for. This was because it could increase the chances of a high-level king stage powerhouse breaking through to the Earth Emperor stage by 30%. Moreover, even if the breakthrough failed, the king stage powerhouse's realm would not be damaged. No matter where this pill was placed, it would cause a bloodbath. From this, it could be seen how heaven-defying this pill was. Finally, the 5th grade Violent Emperor pill was also precious and extraordinary. It could be said to be a pill that could increase one's realm, kill enemies, and save one's life. It was limited to Earth Emperor stage powerhouses. There were advantages and disadvantages to taking this pill. It was beneficial because consuming the Violent Emperor pill could allow an earthly monarch rank expert to increase his cultivation by 1 realm for 2 hours. For example, if a low-level earthly monarch rank expert consumed the Violent Emperor pill, he would be able to reach the mid-level earthly monarch rank in 2 hours. Don't underestimate this increase in strength. The higher the level of a martial artist, the greater the difference in strength. Although it was only a small increase in strength, it would be more than 10 times stronger than before. If faced against an opponent of the same level, after taking the Violent Emperor pill, the opponent could be defeated in minutes. Or if faced against an opponent of a higher level, after taking the Violent Emperor pill, the opponent's strength would be on par with the opponent's for an hour. It would also give the martial artist enough time to escape. The disadvantage was that after taking the Violent Emperor pill, there would be a 1-month void shedding period. In other words, after the effects of the Violent Emperor pill wore off, the martial artist would turn from an Earth Emperor stage powerhouse to an ordinary person. Therefore, an Earth Emperor stage powerhouse would not take the Violent Emperor pill unless it was absolutely necessary. Chapter 112. With Ling Xiao's current strength, he was not qualified to enjoy these elixirs. If he took any of the elixirs, his body would explode and he would die. The medicinal properties of elixirs above the 4th rank were not to be trifled with. It was not something that a small mystic cultivator like him could absorb. After understanding the pill refining technique and elixirs, Ling Xiao was in the mood to see what the last piece of animal skin was. Ling Xiao held the animal skin in his hand and felt a strong spiritual fluctuation coming from it. He wanted to open it with his hands, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not open it. He could not help but wonder, do I need to burn it or soak it in water to open it? However, he was just thinking about it. If the thing inside the animal skin was burned, it would be a big loss. Should I drip a little blood on it? Ling Xiao thought of a new direction, then bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. However, a strange thing happened. When the blood was close to the animal skin, it was shaken away by the spiritual power of the animal skin. Could it be that an Earth Sovereign stage powerhouse placed a restriction on it? What should I do? Ling Xiao said with a sullen face. He believed that the more difficult it was to obtain something, the more precious it was. This animal skin must be extraordinary, otherwise why would there be a restriction in the space ring? Then Ling Xiao was distressed. He thought that he should take it to the old master, he might have a way to open it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao went to the mysterious skill pavilion to find the Grand Elder. However, the Grand Elder was strangely not in the mysterious skill chamber today. Instead, it was another elder from the previous generation who was guarding this place. Unable to find the person, Ling Xiao could only go back. However, he still did not give up and thought of another way to try to open it. He first meditated for half an hour, letting his state reach its peak, and then focused his spiritual force on the animal skin. Sure enough, Ling Xiao found that his spiritual force could really pass through the fluctuations of spiritual power and directly into the animal skin. Just when Ling Xiao was about to see what was written inside, suddenly, the animal skin emitted a ball of light and exploded into Ling Xiao's knowledge sea. Ah! The invisible light drilled into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. He felt as if his head was about to explode. The pain made him cry out in alarm. However, at this moment, the small tree and the connate sinister wind bead in his sea of consciousness realized the danger that this ball of light brought to them. Both of them shone brightly and dispersed the light that had penetrated into their sea of consciousness, causing Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, which was about to explode, to calm down again. As the pain disappeared, Ling Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, I almost died. This thing is really strange. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to put away the animal skin scroll, he found that he could see the contents of the animal skin scroll. For a moment, Ling Xiao was once again attracted to it. Ling Xiao looked at the spiritual energy that bloomed from the beast skin scroll. In the end, the spiritual energy turned into golden ancient characters that floated in the air. It looked extremely magical. Ling Xiao read the ancient characters awkwardly and couldn't help but be attracted by the contents. However, when he finished reading the last word, the golden words surged straight into his head. This time, it wasn't like the previous time, where Ling Xiao almost lost his life. Instead, it caused him to have a lingering mnemonic chant in his mind. It turned out that the animal skin scroll was the mnemonic chant of a Xian skill. However, this mnemonic chant was only 1/3 of the way and was not complete. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had obtained the first 1/3. Otherwise, it would have been useless. This Xian skill was called the Art of Controlling Spirit. It was very different from other Xian skills. It didn't require any attribute or weapon as a means of attack. Instead, it used a kind of spiritual energy to attack and control other people's Xian skills. The art of controlling spirit was divided into 3 stages of cultivation. They were skill control, soul control, and mind control. According to the introduction of the first stage, skill control, one could use spiritual energy to kill people invisibly. Not only would it make one invincible among those of the same level, but it could also kill people of a higher level than oneself. This was not a difficult thing to do. Who could defend against the invisible attack of spiritual energy? The second stage, soul control, could confuse the opponent's mind and cause the opponent to lose concentration. If used in a fight, it could make the opponent lose the ability to fight for a short period of time and kill the opponent at the same time. If the second stage was cultivated to the highest level, one could also use the strong spiritual energy to control opponents of the same level or lower level, as well as those with weak minds. As long as one used the spiritual energy to erase the opponent's original consciousness and instilled his own consciousness, even a high-level martial artist would have to be used by him. There was another effect of soul control, which was that one could also control the mind of spiritual beasts for his own use. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the second stage was. As for the third stage, mind control, it was even more incredible. At this stage, one could already rely on the strong spiritual energy to kill any experts and control any experts. Even if it was a God-state expert, he would have to be at his disposal. To this day, no one had been able to cultivate this stage. Even the creator of the Xian skill could not reach this stage. This was because in order to cultivate this stage, one must first reach the strength of a saint level. Otherwise, one could forget about it. Saint level, what kind of existence was that? Ling Xiao did not dare to imagine. In Ling Xiao's mind was the mnemonic for the first stage, skill control. As long as one condition was met, one could cultivate it at any time, and that was that one's spiritual energy was strong enough. The strength of one's spiritual energy depended on whether one's spiritual sea was spacious enough. Those with a spacious spiritual sea would naturally be able to hold more spiritual energy than ordinary people. Ling Xiao was certain that he would be able to learn skill control. That was because Lu Wen had said that his spiritual sea was several times bigger than others, maybe even more than 10 times. Therefore, he had already reached the first requirement for skill control. When Ling Xiao thought of the power of the mind control art, his heart immediately surged. If he could successfully cultivate skill control, it would definitely become his life-saving trump card. Who could block an invisible attack? Oh my god, this Xian skill is too heaven-defying. It can even control a god. I'm afraid this is the legendary black-level cultivation technique. If I can obtain the last 2 stages of the mnemonic, I will be able to move unhindered on this continent. Ling Xiao thought of the last 2 stages of the mnemonic and couldn't help but speak to himself with yearning. The skill control mnemonic had already been memorized in his mind and could not be erased. The beast's skin in his hand had also turned into scrap. Ling Xiao ignited a ball of flame in his hand and burned the beast's skin. He then couldn't wait to practice this Xian skill. Ling Xiao first sat down to meditate, adjusting his state to its peak, and then continuously meditated in his mind. The so-called skill control was to use one's spiritual energy to form all kinds of attacks, as well as one's own Xian skill. Using an invisible force to attack the opponent's spiritual sea, causing the opponent to lose sight of it and taking advantage of it to win. Right now, Ling Xiao was silently reciting the mnemonic and cultivating his spiritual energy. When he could control the fluctuations of his spiritual energy, he would have reached the threshold of skill control. Ling Xiao sat there for a total of 5 days. In these 5 days, he continuously recited the mnemonic and meditated on his spiritual energy. At the start, he felt extremely exhausted, but after familiarizing himself with the techniques of the mnemonic, he became more and more energetic. Like this, he did not sleep or rest for 5 whole days. Not only did he not feel tired, he was instead full of energy, and his mental state was at its peak. Ling Xiao knew that his cultivation had begun to show results. However, Ling Xiao felt that cultivating like this was too slow. He didn't know when he would be able to sense the existence of spiritual energy. Thus, Ling Xiao thought of a shortcut. Ling Xiao went into seclusion for close to half a month, and once again walked out of his room. In the courtyard, he saw Bai Yushi brandishing her thin sword, practicing the aquaselenic sword technique. Looking at Bai Yushi, who was dancing like a fairy, her exquisite and well-proportioned body emitted the unique charm of a young girl. Her smooth and exquisite skin was faintly discernible, truly captivating one's heart. Her light and nimble movements were like a dancing butterfly, pleasing to the eye and causing one to be infatuated with her. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." Bai Yushi, who was in the middle of practicing, stopped and looked back at Ling Xiao, exclaiming in surprise, "Young master, you're out." Ling Xiao nodded and walked over, helping Bai Yushi tidy up her slightly messy hair, saying, "If you're tired, take a rest." Yushi doesn't feel tired. Bai Yushi didn't know if it was because she was tired from practicing, or because she had seen Ling Xiao, but her delicate face was suffused with a rosy glow, making her seem even more beautiful. "That's good." "Oh right, is Little Black still obedient?" Ling Xiao asked. He had already given the cub to Bai Yushi to feed before going into seclusion. "It's playing over there. It's pretty obedient, but it eats a lot." Bai Yushi pointed at the cub playing in the corner. "Give it as much as it can eat. It's still young, it's still growing." Ling Xiao smiled, then took a piece of wild beast meat from a nearby trough and tossed it to the cub. The cub's reaction wasn't bad. It steadily caught the meat thrown by Ling Xiao and sat to the side, eating it obediently. From time to time, it would grin at Ling Xiao, looking very cute and lively. "Alright, keep practicing. I'm going out for a bit." Ling Xiao rubbed Bai Yushi's head. "Young master, that Miss Luo came to see you 2 days ago. I saw that you were in seclusion, so I didn't disturb you. You won't blame me, right?" Bai Yushi lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. "Silly girl, it's nothing. But in the future, if the young master isn't in seclusion, you can come call me. I know what you're thinking, but don't worry, the young master will dote on you for the rest of your life." Ling Xiao scraped Bai Yushi's nose. Bai Yushi looked at Ling Xiao without blinking. "Young master, you're really good to me. Yushi knows what to do in the future." She hadn't gone to call Ling Xiao before because she didn't like Luo Qingxuang. She still clearly remembered that she had injured the young master in the flavor fragrance inn. But now that the young master didn't seem to mind and had even promised her, she felt that she was worrying too much. She was just a maid, and it was already a great honor for her to stay by the young master's side. How could she possibly fight for the position of the young master's legal wife? Thinking of that, Bai Yushi corrected her attitude and began to adjust her position. Chapter 113. Ling Xiao left the house and walked towards the direction of the market. However, before he could leave the house, the 5 element messengers appeared in front of him. These 5 martial artists of the Ling clan were the ones who accompanied Ling Xiao to practice the second transformation, tendon refinement. They were called the 5 element messengers. At first, Ling Xiao thought that these 5 people only had the strength of a low-level mystic cultivator. But as his cultivation level increased, he realized that these 5 people's aura was even higher than his. Obviously, these 5 people had the strength of a high-level mystic cultivator. "Where are you going, young master?" Messenger Jin asked respectfully. "I want to make a trip to the market," Ling Xiao replied. "Then we will go with young master," Messenger Jin said. Ling Xiao did not refuse. He nodded and allowed them to follow. He was now the family's main target of protection. These 5 people were the guards that the Grand Elder had sent for him. With these 5 people, even if he met a spirit master, he would have a fighting chance. This was because they knew a small 5-element sword formation that had extraordinary power. Ling Xiao left the clan with the 5-element messengers and walked towards the market. Ling Xiao was now famous in Meteorite City. Many people recognized him as soon as he walked into the market. This was because he had done too many sensational things in this period of time. First, he beat up Li Guanyin of the Li clan. Then, he defeated Luo Qingshuang of the Luo clan. Later, he killed Lan Guangxing of the Lan clan and Li Qingxing of the Li clan. Everything had happened in the market, and many people had witnessed it with their own eyes. He was given the nickname, the Laughing Overlord, by others. Ling Xiao only had one destination in the market this time, and that was the herb hall. This was Ling Xiao's second visit to the herb hall. The person who received him was still the old man who gave him the catalogue of spirit herbs. Ling Xiao looked at the old man and found that his cultivation was not weak. He was at least a high-level mystic cultivator. He sighed in his heart, looks like the herb hall is not an ordinary place. Young master, what kind of spirit herbs do you need, or do you have any to sell to our shop? The elderly man asked young master Ling, I want to buy the spiritual grasses needed to refine the dew-returning pill and qi-nourishing pill. May I know how much each one costs? Ling Xiao went straight to the point. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the old man curiously looked at Ling Xiao and said, could it be that little brother wants to refine pills yourself? It's the elders of the family who want to refine it themselves. Ling Xiao did not directly admit it. The old man answered doubtfully, the spirit herbs needed to refine the dew-returning pill and the qi-nourishing pill cost 150 gold coins each. After Ling Xiao heard the price, he recalled that in the pill refining art, the main ingredients for these 2 pills were only around 60 gold coins. The rest were all low-level spirit herbs. The value was not high, but added together, it was almost worth this price. People who do business, naturally would pay a higher price than the purchase price, and once the pills were refined, the price could at least double. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and said, give me 10 of each. At this moment, Ling Xiao had no gold coins, so he could only take out some of the spirit herbs that he did not need and sell them. Ling Xiao had been in the mountains for about 2 months, and he had collected more than 200 spirit grasses. Most of them were low-grade and mid-grade spirit grasses. There were only about 50 high-grade spirit grasses, and there were even fewer spirit grasses above grade 2. There were about 20 low-grade spirit grasses, 10 mid-grade spirit grasses, and less than 5 high-grade spirit grasses. These spirit herbs and some spirit beast materials were wrapped in animal skins and tied to the back of the Golden Wolf King. After Ling Xiao came out of the abyss, he put them all in his spatial ring. Please wait a moment, I want to take out some spirit herbs to exchange. Ling Xiao turned and walked out of the spirit herb hall's door. Looking at the spirit herbs in the spatial ring, almost all of them had their own effects. In the future, he would also need them for alchemy. After some selection, Ling Xiao took out 10 high-level spirit herbs and 2 low-level spirit herbs. These spirit herbs were not very valuable to him, so it did not matter if he sold them. He needed to deal with his current poverty first. If Solitary Eagle was here, he would not have to worry so much. At the very least, he had more than 20,000 gold coins. It was just that he did not know how long Solitary Eagle would be in seclusion this time. Ling Xiao took the spirit herbs in his hands and returned to the spirit herb hall. Shopkeeper, can you help me see how much these spirit herbs are worth? Ling Xiao asked as he dropped the 12 spirit herbs in front of the old man. The old man's eyes lit up and he immediately spread out Ling Xiao's spirit herbs and placed them on the cabinet. Deep Blue Flower, high-level spirit herb, worth 150 gold coins. Green Snake Vine, high-level spirit herb, worth 180 gold coins. 10,000 Purple Ginseng, high-level spirit herb, worth 200 gold coins. The old man took out a few plates and calculated the price as he spoke. 10 high-level spirit herb, a total of 1,680 gold coins. I'll round it up for you, 1,700 gold coins. The old man raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded. This price was very reasonable. He immediately pointed to the other 2 low-level spirit herbs and said, "How much do you think these 2 are worth?" The old man's gaze fell on the other 2 spirit herbs that had a decent amount of spiritual energy. He then pointed to the first dark red spirit herb with a flat stem and said, "Dark scarlet root, low-level spirit herb, usually worth around 1,000 gold coins. However, I see that your spirit herb is older, so I'll pay 200 gold coins more. So 1,200 gold coins, what do you think?" Ling Xiao did not have a deep understanding of gold coins. Moreover, the old man's price was very fair. Generally, spirit herbs above the second level were worth more than 10 times more than the first level. He immediately nodded and said, "All right, then give me a price for the other black-tongued bamboo." The black-tongued bamboo only had 3 segments and was less than half a meter long. It was black in color and belonged to the dark attribute spirit herb. It was what he and the young Qilin had found on the cliff in the abyss. The old man looked at the dark attribute spirit herb in front of him and his eyes flashed with a strange sense of excitement. He picked up the black-tongued bamboo and examined it for a moment before saying, "Little brother, how many more of this black-tongued bamboo do you have?" Ling Xiao slightly froze for a moment before saying, "Shopkeeper, I only have this one." Ling Xiao knew what the old man wanted to do. He was familiar with the catalogue of spirit herbs and knew that dark attribute spirit herbs were much rarer than the 5 elemental spirit herbs. They usually grew in dark and dangerous places. Therefore, dark, light, thunder, and wind attribute spirit herbs were sold at a higher price than spirit herbs of the same level. Of course, the shopkeeper wanted to buy a few more so that he could sell them for a good price. However, although Ling Xiao only had 1 black-tongued bamboo, he still had dark attribute spirit herbs. However, he did not want to sell them since he might need them in the future. The old man looked a little disappointed and said, "I'll pay 2,500 gold coins for this black-tongued bamboo." Ling Xiao nodded without the slightest hesitation, "No problem." 10 stalks of high-grade Tier 1 spirit grasses were sold for 1,700 gold coins, and 2 stalks of low-grade Tier 2 spirit grasses were sold for 3,700 gold coins. In total, they were worth 5,400 gold coins. Excluding the spirit grasses for the dew-returning pill and chi-nourishing pill, each set was worth 150 gold coins. In total, 20 sets were worth 3,000 gold coins, leaving 2,400 gold coins. Ling Xiao thought for a moment. Since he was going to learn alchemy anyway, he used the extra gold coins to buy another 10 sets of spirit herbs for the chi-strengthening pill. This chi-strengthening pill was also a first-level pill. It was usually used when a 9th-level martial disciple was breaking through to the Xian realm. It had the effect of stabilizing the mind and improving the profound chi, increasing the chances of breaking through to the Xian realm. It had to be known that after a martial disciple reached the 9th level, they would condense their profound chi into the Dantian and enter the Xian realm. However, it was not easy for a child in Tenbin to step out of this realm. In Meteorite City, there would be people breaking through to the Xian realm every year, but every year, 2/3 of the people would not be able to break through successfully. The importance of the chi-strengthening pill was self-evident. Its price was much higher than other pills of the same level. Each set of spirit herbs needed to refine the chi-strengthening pill cost 250 gold coins. 10 sets would cost 2,500 gold coins. Ling Xiao was still short of 100 gold coins. He was about to ask the 5 Elements envoy to help him make up the difference, but the shopkeeper generously said, "This 100 gold coins will be given to little brother as a discount. If little brother has any good spirit herbs in the future, you can bring them to our spirit herb hall to sell. We will definitely give you a fair price." "Thank you very much, shopkeeper." Ling Xiao said as he cupped his hands. Before leaving, the shopkeeper handed a crystal card to Ling Xiao and said, "Little brother, this is our Spirit Herb Hall's VIP card. In the future, when you come to our Spirit Herb Hall to buy spirit herbs, you will receive a 10% discount. Moreover, you can accumulate points. When little brother has more transactions with our Spirit Herb Hall, you can upgrade it and the discount will be even lower." "Oh." Ling Xiao faintly responded. He took the card and walked out of the Spirit Herb Hall. He grumbled in his heart, "Discount. Isn't this damaging to this young master's reputation? Really?" However, Ling Xiao didn't throw the card away. He didn't think that this card would save him a lot of money in the future. After Ling Xiao left the Spirit Herb Hall, he went to the store that purchased spirit beast materials. Ling Xiao sold the spirit herbs he hunted in the mountain range. The skin, tendons, fangs, all of these things that he didn't need. This time, he earned a lot of gold coins, almost 80,000 gold coins. Why was it so much? The main reason was because Ling Xiao had subdued the Golden Wolf King. From the moment he entered the Illusion Valley, he had killed many spirit beasts that were rank 2 and above. The materials he obtained were naturally very precious and were sold for a very high price. The 5 Elements emissaries following behind Ling Xiao were dumbfounded as they watched Ling Xiao continuously take out items. They had been following by Ling Xiao's side this entire time, but they didn't know when their young master had obtained so many items. They couldn't help but wonder if their young master had a storage treasure, 80,000 gold coins. "Now I'm rich." Ling Xiao tossed the gold coins to the 5 Elements emissaries and couldn't help but feel pleased with himself. Ling Xiao walked a few steps in the direction of his home before remembering that he still had an important item he hadn't bought. "Emissary Jean, do you know where I can buy medicinal cauldrons?" Ling Xiao asked the emissary behind him. "Young master, the weapons department doesn't normally have them. But I do know where to buy them," the emissary replied. "Where?" Ling Xiao asked. "Our Meteor City's largest forging workshop is owned by Grandmaster Li. They should have the medicinal cauldrons that young master needs. Even if they don't have them, you can have them make them for you," said the emissary. Grandmaster Li. Only now did Ling Xiao recall the old man he had met in the mountain range. "Alright, Emissary Jean, take me there," said Ling Xiao. He was thinking that it was time for his 2 weapons to upgrade. Li Su had promised him that. Chapter 114. With Messenger Jean and the others leading the way, Ling Xiao soon arrived at a smithy. Ling Xiao looked at the dilapidated shop in front of him, and his expression was about to fall. He cursed in his heart, "Damn, this is the so-called largest forging workshop. Even if you're lying, you don't have to lie like this." The Jean envoy seemed to have seen through Ling Xiao's thoughts and immediately explained, "Young master, don't look down on this shop. Their real forging place is in the backyard." Ling Xiao pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Then, he walked straight in. "Halt, we're not doing business today. If you want to forge a weapon, please make an appointment and come back in half a month." A middle-aged man who didn't look like he had a beard lazily said as he reclined on a chair with his feet on the table in front of him. Just as Ling Xiao was about to speak, the Jean envoy took out his token and said, "We're from the Ling family. Our young master needs a medicinal cauldron, please make an exception." The middle-aged man glanced at the Jean envoy's token and didn't see any panic on his face. He indifferently said, "Since you're old customers, then go in. There's something you want in the room at the very back. Go get it yourself, and then come back here to settle the bill." The Jean envoy didn't seem to be surprised by this and nodded to Ling Xiao before walking in with him. But when Ling Xiao glanced at the middle-aged man who was still drinking, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he began to ponder. After Ling Xiao entered the rear courtyard, he saw a few blacksmiths working hard at the furnace with their naked bodies, forging weapons. All of these blacksmiths had extremely robust bodies, and every single one of them had a cultivation not lower than a mid-stage profounder. There were even one or two that had a cultivation at the profounder rank. TSK, I didn't expect their blacksmithing cultivation to be so high, Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. If these words were heard by others, they would probably want to kill him. This was because his words were truly insulting to the noble blacksmiths. In fact, Ling Xiao didn't mean to look down on them. Instead, he was thinking about how he didn't ask Li Su to be his disciple. Otherwise, how could he pick up girls if he became like this? Ling Xiao walked all the way to the courtyard. He finally admitted that this place was worthy of being the largest forging workshop in Meteorite City. None of the weapons on the ground were below Tier 1 advanced, and most of them were at least Tier 2. Low and intermediate tier weapons made up the majority. Occasionally, a few Tier 2 advanced weapons could be seen. There were at least 1,000 weapons here. Just the weapons in front of him alone were worth God knows how much. However, according to the Golden Messenger, these were only inferior goods. The real good stuff was in every room. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was even more speechless. Looks like old man Li's reputation as a third-tier armament master wasn't just for show. Just looking at the scale, it didn't diminish his reputation at all. Walking to the last room, there were a few medicine cauldrons that were more than half a meter tall. Each of the medicine cauldrons was extremely exquisite, and the texture structure was also quite reasonable. However, they lacked spiritual energy. Ling Xiao picked a relatively small medicine cauldron and walked out of the room. At this moment, a familiar voice came from outside, "Li Yang, get back here for lousy." Ling Xiao could tell that the voice belonged to Li Yang himself, but he didn't know why he was so angry. Ling Xiao and the Five Elements envoy walked out of the room where the medicine cauldrons were placed. They saw the middle-aged man who was at the door earlier walk in with a wine jug. He muttered, "It's not easy to drink a few more cups." Just as Ling Xiao passed by the middle-aged man didn't forget to stretch out his hand and say, "Green medicine cauldron, Tier 2 intermediate cauldron, price 20,000 gold coins. Pay first, then leave." Ling Xiao was almost shocked by this middle-aged man. He didn't expect this guy to ask for such an exorbitant price. Ordinary Tier 2 intermediate weapons were only about 10,000 gold coins, but this guy actually asked for 20,000 gold coins. The middle-aged man seemed to see Ling Xiao's dissatisfaction and immediately said, "Young master, please don't haggle. Our forge never haggles, otherwise we won't welcome you next time." "Young master." The gold envoy hurriedly called out to Ling Xiao and nodded, indicating that the gold envoy's words were correct. It seems that the artificers here are really arrogant. Ling Xiao muttered in his heart and waved his hand to have someone pay the gold coins. "Li Yang, why aren't you getting your ass in here?" Another voice came from an exquisite pavilion not far away. "Everyone, please, I have to hurry back," Li Yang said with a faint smile. Then, he ran back to the exquisite three-story pavilion. "This is Grandmaster Li's son, Li Yang," the gold envoy explained to Ling Xiao. "Is there something wrong with him?" Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes as he watched the middle-aged man walk away. The gold envoy's expression jumped and he immediately said, "Young master, let's go back first. I'll tell you more on the way. Wait for a bit. You guys wait for me outside, I'll go over for a bit." Ling Xiao ordered and then chased after Li Yang. Ling Xiao hadn't even gotten close to the pavilion when two mystic experts blocked his path. "This is Grandmaster Li's residence. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter," one of the men said in a harsh tone. Ling Xiao ignored the two and shouted towards the pavilion, "Grandpa Li, Ling Xiao requests an audience. You're courting death." One of the men couldn't help but raise his heavy blade to chop at Ling Xiao when he saw how rude Ling Xiao was. Ling Xiao quickly retreated a few steps to avoid being cut. He smiled faintly, I'm Grandpa Li's friend. It's not too late for you to stop now. Damn, how dare you pretend to be Grandmaster Li's friend? You're insulting Grandmaster Li. The man cursed and then slashed at Ling Xiao's face with a powerful fire attribute attack, wanting to kill Ling Xiao in one blow. Impudent! A heavy voice rang out, and an invisible force rushed over, sending the man flying. Grandpa Li, sorry for the disturbance. Ling Xiao respectfully greeted the person who had come. Huh, you still dare to walk out of your house? Aren't you afraid that the Li and Lan families will seek revenge? Li Yu walked over to Ling Xiao and patted his shoulder with a smile. The injured man on the ground and the man who hadn't attacked were both shocked. Who was this young man? How could he have such a good relationship with Grandmaster Li? I actually hope that they come for revenge so that they won't be bored. Ling Xiao spread his hands. You brat! Li Yu lightly scolded. Then he carefully looked at him and said, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for half a month, you brat could actually become a mid-level profound practitioner from a high-level profound practitioner. Could it be that you took some miraculous medicine? Of course not, I was just lucky, Ling Xiao said modestly. Li Yu didn't ask any more questions and brought Ling Xiao into his pavilion. After entering the pavilion, Ling Xiao didn't see the middle-aged man who had just walked in. Li Yu said, You're here to upgrade your weapons today, right? You stay here and call someone to pick them up in 2 days. I promise to forge them into peak-level second-level weapons. I naturally believe in Grandpa Li's ability, but, what I want is a profound artifact, I wonder. Ling Xiao smiled. He hadn't finished speaking when he was immediately interrupted by Li Yu. You brat, profound artifacts aren't that easy to forge. At the very least, you need a third-level beast core and a few precious profound iron. Each of these materials is hard to find even with tens of thousands of gold. Even if you ask me to forge them for you, you won't owe me that much for helping me stop the twin-headed lion, Li Yu said with slight annoyance. This brat really didn't know what was good for him. He had only forged a few profound artifacts in his life, which was enough to show the difficulty of forging profound artifacts. He actually had the nerve to directly ask him to forge a profound artifact. If it wasn't for the fact that he liked him, he would have immediately sent him off. Ling Xiao hurriedly said, Grandpa Li, don't be angry. I'm saying that if I provide the materials myself, can Grandpa Li help me forge them? No matter how much I ask for, I'm fine with it. You mean, you provide the materials yourself? Li Yu was stunned for a moment before asking. That's right, I provide them myself. Grandpa Li, if you need any materials, you can just make a list and give it to me, Ling Xiao said very seriously. Huh, good. If you can take out a third-level beast core and 1,000-year black profound iron, then I'll help you forge it. I can also help you make up for the other materials, Li Yu laughed. He didn't think that the brat in front of him had the ability to take out a third-level beast core. Even if the elders of his family helped him obtain it, that 1,000-year black profound iron was an extremely rare item. Even he had only been able to obtain a small piece back then. Later on, he had used up all of it to forge profound artifacts. Until now, he hadn't been able to forge any profound artifacts because he lacked this 1,000-year black profound iron. Over the years, many people had come to his door to ask him to forge profound artifacts, but none of them had been able to take out a 1,000-year black profound iron. Thus, up until now, he had only been able to forge 3 profound artifacts. Just as Ling Xiao was about to open his mouth to speak, a mournful scream came from upstairs. It sounded very frightening. Immediately, Li Yu's expression became serious and he said, Come find me when you find the 2 items I mentioned. This old man has something to do today, so you can go back first. When Ling Xiao heard that Li Yu wanted to send him off, he smiled slightly and said mysteriously, Grandpa Li, is there anyone in the family who has been poisoned? Li Yu looked at Ling Xiao and raised his eyebrows heavily. It looked like he was on the verge of exploding. Ling Xiao then said with certainty, and it's the yang poison. You know? Li Yu's expression changed and he was extremely astonished. Many people knew that his son had been poisoned, but only a few knew that he had been poisoned by the yang poison. I know. Ling Xiao nodded seriously and then said, I can still cure it. Really? Li Yu stood up excitedly and exclaimed. Really? Ling Xiao replied. If you can really cure my son's yang poison, then this old man can give you the profound artifact that I've treasured for many years. Li Yu grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and said very seriously. Grandpa Li, aren't you making things difficult for me? I've already called you Grandpa, so it's only right for a grandson to do something for his grandfather. Let's not talk about this for now. First, take me to see Uncle Li, Ling Xiao said extremely humbly. He knew that this matter couldn't be joked about, so he put away his usual frivolous appearance. Li Yu didn't waste any more words and led Ling Xiao up the pavilion. Just as they approached the door from which the scream came, a wave of cold air continuously flowed out. Even though Ling Xiao had reached the mystic realm, he had no choice but to circulate his fire attribute to resist it. The two entered the room and saw that the middle-aged man that Ling Xiao had seen before was chained to a 1,000-year-cold jade bed. Chapter 115. The 1,000-year chilled jade bed was the size of an ordinary bed. Such a large piece of chilled jade bed was an extremely precious item. Even gold coins wouldn't be able to buy it. Its color was emerald green and it emitted an oppressive cold qi. It emitted waves of sinister qi, making it seem extremely mystical. Li Yang's entire body was as red as a piece of iron, so red that it was purple and black. His veins were bulging like snakes, and he looked like he had gone mad. He roared incessantly and his face was distorted to a frightening degree. Not good, the yang poison has already begun to invade his internal organs. We must save him immediately. Ling Xiao looked at Li Yang's condition and shouted. He rushed to Li Yang's side. Ling Xiao bluntly tore the clothes in front of Li Yang's chest, only to see a mass of dark red like a golden sun slowly converging on Li Yang's heart. As long as the yang poison reached his heart, Li Yang would definitely die. Grandpa Li, please protect me. I must save him immediately, or he will die. Ling Xiao said with a doubtful expression. All right, if you can save Li Yang, I can promise you anything. Li Yu replied worriedly and left the room, closing the door behind him. I don't know what kind of extreme yang item he took, but it's actually so domineering. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He circulated his innate Yin Wind evil qi and slapped it on Li Yang's body. Before entering the forge, he had already felt that Li Yang was very strange. His entire face was red, and even his hand that was holding the wine was red. Moreover, it was dark, which was why he concluded that Li Yang had been poisoned by the yang poison. Everything in the world reinforced and restrained each other. To overcome an extreme yang item, one must have an extreme yin item. Ling Xiao's innate Yin Wind evil qi was an extreme yin item that could restrain the yang poison. That was why he dared to promise that he could cure Li Yang of the yang poison. The innate Yin Wind evil qi in Ling Xiao's body instantly spread towards Li Yang's body. A cloud of black air instantly enveloped the screaming Li Yang. Just as the innate Yin Wind evil qi invaded Li Yang's body, the yang poison in Li Yang's body seemed to sense the danger of the Yin Wind evil qi, so it quickly retreated. As long as the innate Yin Wind evil qi entered, the yang poison would completely retreat and hide in Li Yang's dantian. The yang poison was suppressed, and Li Yang quickly stopped screaming. Instead, he felt extremely cold, and a grinding sound came out of his mouth. With a pale face, he cried out, "Cold! So cold, what a cunning fellow! I don't know how long it has stayed here. Let me destroy you completely." Ling Xiao discovered that the yang poison had actually hidden itself in Li Yang's dantian. Thus, ignoring Li Yang's sorrowful cries, he controlled the innate yin wind and slowly pressed it towards Li Yang's dantian. Unexpectedly, when the innate yin wind baleful qi approached Li Yang's dantian, a strong yang poison rushed out and dispersed the innate yin wind baleful qi. Concentrating your strength to resist my innate yin wind evil qi, very good. This young master wants to see how much ability you have. After Ling Xiao muttered, he increased the speed at which he transferred his Xian qi, and the innate yin wind evil qi surged over like a tide. At this time, Li Yang could not stop complaining about the cold. His body wanted to curl up, but he was firmly locked by the iron chains, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. If it wasn't for his strong willpower, he would have been tortured to death. Ling Xiao increased the speed at which he transferred his Xian qi, and the innate yin wind evil qi continued to wear down the yang poison in Li Yang's dantian. After an hour of consumption, the yang poison in Li Yang's body was finally completely expelled. Ling Xiao withdrew the innate yin wind evil qi, and his face became much paler. His face was dripping with sweat from the excessive consumption. It's finally done. Ling Xiao wiped his sweat and walked towards the door. Li Yu was pacing back and forth outside the door, looking very anxious. When he saw Ling Xiao come out, he immediately grabbed his hand and asked, "Little guy, how is my Li Yang?" Ling Xiao revealed a bright smile and said, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." "Really, please accept this old man's bow." Li Yu was pleasantly surprised. Then, he actually wanted to thank Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao hurriedly supported Li Yu's body and said, "Grandpa Li, you're too much. If my grandpa finds out about this, he will definitely skin me alive. You should quickly go and release Uncle Li. Oh, I forgot, you little guy is waiting for me downstairs. Don't leave." Li Yu slapped his forehead and said, then immediately rushed into the house. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. In his heart, he felt that the #1 artificer in Meteorite City was no different from an ordinary person. He was just an old man who cared for his children. Not long after Ling Xiao arrived downstairs, he heard an explosion coming from upstairs. As the saying goes, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. This saying is true. Ling Xiao looked at the big hole that was blasted upstairs and did not feel strange at all. Instead, he murmured, as if he had already expected it. Then, there was a burst of laughter from upstairs. "Huh, I'm fine. I'm finally fine." Not long after, the upstairs quieted down, and then Li Yu and Li Yang came down together. At this moment, Li Yang's original decadent state was swept away, and his whole person was many times more spirited than before. His eyes flashed with a bright light, and his whole body's skin color returned to normal. Moreover, he seemed to have suddenly become 10 years younger. His cultivation had also broken through from the original middle-level mystic realm to the high-level mystic realm. It could be said that it was a blessing in disguise. The father and son quickly came in front of Ling Xiao, and Li Yang was very serious as he bowed to Ling Xiao and said, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. I, Li Yang, will never forget it. In the future, if you want me to go up a mountain of swords or go down a sea of oil, I will not frown for a moment." Li Yang and his father were people who could distinguish between kindness and hatred, and immediately made a heavy promise to Ling Xiao. "Uncle Li, you are treating me like an outsider. In the future, just call me Ling Xiao." "I just happened to be at the right time and did not help much," Ling Xiao said modestly, which was rare for him. The more Li Yu looked at Ling Xiao's behavior, the more satisfied he was. He immediately said, "Well, we father and son will not be polite anymore. In the future, you are my godson. In the future, if you need Grandpa Li's help, just come to me. In the city, your grandfather still has some face. In that case, thank you, Grandpa Li." Ling Xiao immediately responded with joy. To be able to obtain Li Yu's approval and become his godson was also a matter of face. In the future, it would also be a great help in Meteorite City. Coming here this time was really not in vain. His son's yang poison had been expelled, so Li Yu was in a good mood. He pulled Ling Xiao and insisted that he stay for a few drinks. Ling Xiao did not refuse, so he stayed and drank a few cups with Li Kong and his son. While they were drinking, Ling Xiao found out that Li Yang had encountered a mutated scarlet phosphorus snake when he entered the mountain in his early years. Although he had killed the scarlet phosphorus snake, he had been bitten. The red phosphorus snake was a fire attribute spirit beast, and everyone knew that it was a snake spirit beast that did not have a strong poison. However, this mutated red phosphorus snake was an exception. It actually contained a small amount of yang poison. At first, it did not cause any harm to Li Yang, but his body would occasionally heat up. However, that yang poison actually slowly grew in Li Yang's body. Every time the poison flared up, Li Yang would be in so much pain that he wanted to die. Recently, the poison flared up more and more frequently, and every time the poison flared up, Li Yang would go around destroying things like a madman, even brutally killing people. Later, every time before the poison flared up, Li Yu had no choice but to lock Li Yang up. Come, Xiao, if it wasn't for you today, I would have died, and this old man would not have a successor. Uncle Li offers you 3 cups. Li Yang was a free and easy person, but he had been tortured by the yang poison for many years. Now that it was cured, he was in a good mood. He said to Ling Xiao and drank 3 cups. That is because Uncle Li's life is not yet finished, Ling Xiao said as he drank a cup in return. Then, the 3 people drank and chatted. Finally, when Ling Xiao said that he wanted to leave, Li Yu said to him, Xiao, don't go yet. Li Yu said sternly, then turned around and went to one of the rooms. Not long after, he came out with a weapon in his hand. Ling Xiao looked at the weapon and knew that it must be a Xian weapon that Li Yu had kept for many years. This flaming cloud sword is the pinnacle of my life's work, a middle 3rd level sword. Now I give it to you, Li Yu said, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly handed it to Ling Xiao. Old man. Li Yang knew that this sword had a great commemorative value to his father. Now that he was giving it to someone else, his heart was even more touched. Don't say anything. How can a mere Xian weapon compare to your life? Li Yu said with a wave of his hand. Ling Xiao took the flaming cloud sword and looked at the scabbard that was faintly suffused with fire qi. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled out the sword. Xiao. A fire elemental sword qi flew out, and the sword qi took the shape of a firebird in the air. The fiery qi was threatening, and the sword light flickered. Even if it was a simple sword strike, it would take the life of a mystic warrior expert on the spot. It really is worthy of being a Xian weapon, Ling Xiao praised in his heart. However, compared to the soft-tide sword that Yunmengqi obtained in the secret realm, this flaming cloud sword was more than 2 levels lower. Ling Xiao closed the flaming cloud sword and handed it back to Li Kong, saying, Grandpa Li, although this sword is good, it is not suitable for me to use. You should take it back. Could it be that you don't like Grandpa's sword? Li Kong asked. Of course not, Grandpa Li, please take a look, Ling Xiao said, and then circulated his Xian energy. His entire body was immediately enveloped in a ball of golden light. Li Yu now understood Ling Xiao's intentions. His flaming cloud sword was a fire-type sword, but Ling Xiao had a metal-type martial body. Fire subdued metal, and using a fire-type Xian weapon would not only not be able to display the weapon's power, but it would also cause one's Xian energy to decline. The gains did not make up for the losses. I forgot that your Ling family is mostly metal-type. It seems that I can only help you forge a metal-type Xian weapon, but I don't have a metal-type beast core, and as for the 1000-year black profound iron, it is even more difficult to find, Li Yu said with a sigh. After a pause, he said, but don't worry, I will find a way to help you get it. Grandpa Li, don't worry, let's talk about Xian weapons later. You can upgrade this sword for me now, and when I find the materials, I will ask you to help me forge a Xian weapon," Ling Xiao said. He wanted to use the beast core and the 1,000-year black profound iron to help him forge a Xian weapon. However, if others knew that he had a spatial ring, he was afraid that it would lead to unnecessary trouble. After thinking about it, he decided to postpone this matter for now. "Alright, I'll immediately help you upgrade these 2 swords. However, this is to repay the mountain range's favor, and you've saved my son's life. In the future, when you need our help, we will definitely help you," Li Su promised. Subsequently, Ling Xiao handed the blue crystal sword and the silver ghost blood blade to Li Yu. Chapter 116. Just as Li Su was about to go forge, Li Yang volunteered to help Ling Xiao upgrade his weapon. Li Su didn't argue and handed the sword to his son with a smile. After Li Yang left in a hurry, Li Kong explained to Ling Xiao that his son's tenbin was much higher than his. If there were enough materials, Li Yang would be able to forge a profound artifact. In other words, Li Yang's level had already reached the level of a 3rd-stage refiner, but he didn't have enough materials to forge a profound artifact himself. After listening to Li Su's explanation, Ling Xiao was completely relieved. In the afternoon, Li Yang returned the sword and saber to Ling Xiao's hands. Looking at the completely different blue crystal sword and silver ghost blood saber, Ling Xiao thought that Li Yang had brought the other 2 swords back to trick him. Fortunately, he could still feel that the sword and saber had a familiar feeling, so he was sure that the 2 swords in front of him were his. The sword and saber had already reached the peak of 2nd-stage weapons, 1 silver and 1 blue, shining with a dazzling brilliance. The more Ling Xiao looked, the more happy he was, and immediately thanked him. "Uncle Li, thank you so much." Li Yang waved his hand. "Xiao Xiao, you're treating me like an outsider. You saved Uncle Li, a mere 2nd-stage weapon is nothing. As long as you like the weapon in the forge, you can choose it." Hearing Li Yang's words, Ling Xiao was a little moved, but he still suppressed the impulse in his heart and said, "I'll trouble Grandpa Li and Uncle Li when I gather the materials for a profound artifact." After the 3 of them exchanged pleasantries again, Li Su and Li Yang sent Ling Xiao out of the forge. The refiners who worked for Li Su were all curious about Ling Xiao. They were all wondering which family's young master this was, to be able to make Master Li and his son send him off. Even the patriarchs of the 3 great families didn't have this kind of courage. Ling Xiao returned with a full load, and was in a very good mood along the way. However, he was a little disappointed with the Li and Lan families. He was thinking, "This young master is so arrogant, yet no one came to kill me, they really have no guts." If others heard this, they would scold him, saying that he was a madman. He actually hoped that someone would come and kill him. His brain must have been flooded with water. Ling Xiao didn't think that the Li and Lan families would let this go so easily. He had a feeling that they were plotting something. However, this was no longer within the scope of his jurisdiction. He should focus on cultivating the alchemy technique and the soul-controlling art. Only when he was strong would he be able to do so. After returning home, Ling Xiao instructed Bai Yushi not to let anyone disturb him, then he eagerly entered his room to learn alchemy. There were 2 reasons why he was so eager to learn alchemy. 1, of course, was to see if he could get an alchemist profession in Tenbin for fun. The other was to improve his mental strength so that he could practice the 1st stage of the soul-controlling art, skill control. Ling Xiao, after familiarizing himself with the alchemy tactics, knew that alchemy consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, it required a high degree of concentration to refine a pill. He thought that this would make it easier for him to condense his mental strength as soon as possible. He would be able to sense the fluctuations of mental strength, which would allow him to practice the soul-controlling art. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ling Xiao's idea was undoubtedly correct. On this continent, any alchemist had a very strong mental strength. When they fought with others, they could completely rely on the pressure of their mental strength to kill others. This mental strength was formed from the accumulation of alchemy day and night. Ling Xiao adjusted his mental state to its peak, and his first alchemy journey began. The first key to alchemy was to learn how to control fire. Before starting alchemy, Ling Xiao's first warm-up exercise was to practice how to control fire. A small ball of fire rose between his hands. The small flames were red and scorching hot. They fluctuated between big and small like a spirit snake, extremely agile. Alchemy is extremely particular about fire control. If the fire is too big, or if the fire is too small, it will lead to the failure of alchemy. Therefore, I must master it as I please before starting alchemy, Ling Xiao murmured to himself as he looked at the two small flames in his palms. It took Ling Xiao 2 days to learn how to control the fire. When he felt that he could really control the fire, he began to enter the real state of alchemy. Ling Xiao took out the medicine cauldron from his space ring as well as a spirit grass that exuded an emerald green glow. The stem and leaves of this spirit grass were very delicate, as if they would be damaged by the slightest force. This was the morning dew grass, the main ingredient for refining the dew-returning pill. It had an excellent restorative effect on the body's muscles. Ling Xiao took a light breath and threw the morning dew grass into the medicine cauldron. Then, the flames in his palms quickly burned towards the medicine cauldron. Ling Xiao had already memorized the alchemy tactics in his heart. He knew that alchemy required excellent control of fire. The first step was to extract the medicinal essence of the spirit grass. In the beginning, Ling Xiao still heated it slowly, and the morning dew grass gradually withered and condensed. Soon. Seeing this, Ling Xiao's emotions could not help but fluctuate a little, and the intensity of the flames increased. In just an instant, the morning dew grass, which was about to extract its essence from the medicine cauldron, was immediately burnt. Ling Xiao's face drooped as he looked at his palms and muttered to himself, "I can't get excited, I can't get excited. I must have a heart as clear as ice, and not be shaken by the heavens." Ling Xiao once again calmed his mind and adjusted his state of mind. He threw another morning dew grass into the medicine cauldron, and slowly heated the medicine cauldron according to the key points mentioned in the alchemy tactics. The morning dew grass, just like before, was slowly extracted into its essence, and gradually turned into a milky white color. Ling Xiao was completely focused, and his expression did not change in the slightest. Just when the morning dew grass had completely turned into a milky white color, Ling Xiao's palms trembled, and the flames became a little hotter than before. Pung! The essence of the morning dew grass was completely extracted, and the floating white color appeared to be crystal clear, pure and unadorned. Ling Xiao did not dare to have a trace of carelessness. He isolated this ball of essence, and then threw in another supplementary spirit grass, and the flames rose again. After condensing the essence of 4 spirit grass in a row, Ling Xiao's forehead was covered with a thin layer of sweat. It could be seen that alchemy was not an easy task. As expected, when it came to the 5th spirit grass, Ling Xiao did not control the fire well, and burned another spirit grass. Facing the destroyed spirit grass, Ling Xiao did not produce any more fluctuations, and threw in the same spirit grass to start condensing. He extracted the essence of the spirit grass one by one, but he also damaged a total of 6 spirit grass before he finished extracting all the spirit grass needed for the dew-returning pill. But don't be happy too early, this was only the first basic step of alchemy. Damn, this is really tiring. Ling Xiao not only felt that his profound energy was being depleted, but even his spirit was very tired. Although he grumbled, but he would not give up easily. This was the first factor that made him a strong cultivator. Next, it was the step to separate the essence of the spirit grass. This step was the most difficult one, and it was also the crucial step to whether or not the pill was formed. Ling Xiao followed the order stated in the pill refining technique, and first placed the essence of the morning dew grass in the middle, with it as the center, and then gathered the essence of the other spirit grass one by one. Ling Xiao channeled his energy, and at the same time, provided the fire source. This was the time to increase the heat, to make sure that the essence of the spirit grass melted and mixed together. Who knew, just when Ling Xiao increased the heat, an explosion sounded. Pung! In the medicine cauldron, a thick cloud of gray smoke came out. Cough cough. Even Ling Xiao could not react in time, and his face was blasted by the thick smoke. His white and handsome face became black like charcoal, and when he coughed, smoke came out of his mouth, looking very comical and embarrassed. This is good, this young master has become a black charcoal head. I don't believe that this small first-level pill can stump this young master. Ling Xiao laughed at himself, and then encouraged himself, and once again began to extract the essence of the spirit grass. With the experience from the extraction just now, Ling Xiao only lost 2 stalks of spirit grass, and then he condensed all the spirit grass. Next, it was the step of fusion. Ling Xiao took a few deep breaths, calmed his emotions, and gathered the essence of the spirit grass together again. This time, Ling Xiao did not dare to increase the heat too much. But, he failed again, because the heat was not enough, and the essence dispersed before it could fuse. But it was not as tragic as the previous explosion, and this time could be considered lucky. Ling Xiao had to start again. Soon after, he failed for the 3rd time, and then continued. 4th failure. 5th failure. It was not until the 8th time that Ling Xiao finally fused the spirit grass together. He finally passed the 2nd step. But don't think that this was considered a success, there was still the 3rd step, which was the most difficult step, condensing the pill. Ling Xiao was completely focused, and his spirit was concentrated to the extreme. Sweat kept rolling down his face, but he was still unaware, and he remembered the key in his heart. First, increase the flame, raise the temperature, and then cut off the fire source to cool down the condensing pill. This process could not be more or less by a second, and he must hold on for a good time. Ling Xiao's emotions wavered slightly, and he shouted softly, "Condense for me." With one hand, he withdrew the flame, and with the other, he pressed over with dark force. Swoosh! The spirit grass essence, which had long been fused together, instantly fused together, and turned into 3 elixir forms. Done! Ling Xiao was delighted, and immediately took out the elixir. He saw that the color of the elixir was much different from the elixir he usually took, and there seemed to be a little burnt smell. Furthermore, it was not as smooth and natural as a real elixir, and no matter how he looked at it, it did not look like an elixir at all. Ling Xiao comforted himself, not bad, it's not bad to have such a result for the first time in condensing a pill. Who knew that just as his words fell, the 3 pills actually all fell down, turning into a ball of powdery substance. It can't be, the result of my hard work for half a day has become like this? Ling Xiao's face drooped, and his eyes were about to cry. He was just a little proud of the elixir, and it was destroyed. This was too much of a blow. F***ck, could it be that this young master's tenbin can't do it? I don't believe that I can't refine a pill. Ling Xiao cursed. He did not continue to refine the elixir, but sat down to recover. At the same time, he recalled the key points mentioned in the alchemy method. It mentioned that some exclusive techniques were extremely beneficial to alchemy. Not only could it increase the speed, but it could also increase the success rate. Chapter 117. After Ling Xiao recovered, he was not in a hurry to refine pills. Instead, he recalled the medicine sect's exclusive pill refining technique, Flaming Shadow Hand, which was mentioned in the pill refining technique. The Flaming Shadow Hand was divided into 7, 74 and 99 phantoms. Every move was as red as a cloud of fire. It was a technique that focused on controlling flames. Each phantom controlled a different flame size, which was to control the heat. As long as one mastered the flaming shadow hand, they could control the heat as they pleased. Moreover, it could greatly increase the speed of refining pills. It was the medicine sect's exclusive pill refining technique. Ling Xiao focused on comprehending the flaming shadow hand's chant and tricks. For a moment, he entered a state where he forgot about himself and his surroundings. He closed his eyes and his expression was solemn. His hands gradually spread out and flipped slowly. The movements of his hands gradually became faster. Gradually, one could only see countless hand phantoms flying in a certain trajectory. If someone were to see it now, they would be dazzled. They would not be able to tell which of these hands was the real one. Ling Xiao did not know how long he maintained this state. He knew that the flaming shadow hand seemed to be some kind of superior palm technique. It was similar to the firmament palm, but the way it was used was completely different. The firmament expelling palm's explosive power was astonishing, while the flame shadow palm's power was long and continuous, constantly changing and unpredictable. Ling Xiao opened his eyes. His tiger-like eyes revealed a look of understanding. He muttered to himself, 7 by 7, 49 phantom hands. It is indeed unique. As long as one is familiar with it, it is much faster and more convenient to extract the medicinal essence. Moreover, it also has an obvious effect on condensing pills. Ling Xiao only needed one night to learn the flaming shadow hand. Other than his own high perception, it was mainly because he had learned the firmament palm before. Moreover, he was very familiar with it. Now that he was learning another palm technique, it was naturally very easy for him to learn. Ling Xiao could not wait to see if the flaming shadow hand was really that good. He threw a stalk of morning dew grass into the medicine cauldron and immediately used the flaming shadow hand technique. A ball of suppressed flame fuel surrounded the medicine cauldron. Following that, Ling Xiao followed the flame shadow hand's palm technique and repeatedly changed it. The intensity of the fire was also fluctuating, and he controlled it as he pleased. As expected, the essence of the morning dew grass was quickly extracted. Then, Ling Xiao continued to extract other spiritual herbs. With the help of the flame shadow hand, his speed was more than twice as fast as before. However, Ling Xiao believed that this was still not the fastest speed. As long as he cultivated the flame shadow hand to the extreme, he would be able to shoot out 49 phantoms at the same time. Then, the speed at which he refined pills would be at least 10 times faster than his current speed. After extracting the essence, it was time for the fusion. With his previous experience, the fusion went quite smoothly. Finally, it was time to condense the pill. Ling Xiao struck out 24 palms in succession. The flames burned fiercely on the medicinal cauldron, and then the flames were cut off. Condense. Ling Xiao bellowed and pressed down with his profound energy. After a while, the essence of the spirit grass was divided into 5 and finally combined together. The pill was formed. Ling Xiao carefully picked them up. Looking at the 5 round and smooth pills, a fragrant medicinal smell assailed his nostrils. Huh, it's a success this time, right? Ling Xiao laughed and immediately took out the pill bottle to store the 5 morning dew pills. For ordinary low-grade pills, one set of ingredients could produce 10 pills. For Ling Xiao to be able to refine 5 pills this time, it meant that he still wasted half of the medicinal properties. However, this amount was slightly better than the average alchemist. If other alchemists saw that this guy had only learned alchemy for a few days and was able to successfully condense 5 pills on his first try, they would probably exclaim that he was a genius. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Ling Xiao had been in this Xianling continent for a whole year. Half a year ago, Ling Xiao offended one of the 3 major families in Meteorite City, the Li family, and another family that was on the verge of becoming a major family, the Lan family. Originally, he thought that the Li family and the Lan family would launch a crusade against the Ling family. Who knew that after half a year of waste in Meteorite City, the Li family and the Lan family seemed to have forgotten the humiliation that Ling Xiao gave them, and did not do anything to the Ling family. In this half a year, the Ling family had become much more peaceful and harmonious. Every time the cabinet had a meeting, the second patriarch and the fifth patriarch did not always argue with the clan leader Ling Tsang like before. This was rather strange. No matter what was going on outside, ever since Ling Xiao came back from the mountain half a year ago, he almost lived in seclusion. He rarely stepped out of the house, and wholeheartedly stayed in his room. At the same time, he asked Lone Eagle to guard the door. Without his permission, no one was allowed to come in and disturb him. Since Lone Eagle took the Yin wind grass that Ling Xiao gave him, his strength had increased by another level. From the initial high-level mystic cultivator, he had stepped into the middle high-level mystic cultivator, and was not far from the peak of the mystic cultivator. The purity of his wind attribute had also increased a lot because of the Yin wind grass. Of course, his speed had also increased a lot. Moreover, he had also condensed a few wisps of Yin wind evil qi. If he were to fight against an opponent of the same level, he would almost have a sure chance of winning. In this half a year, Ling Xiao's father broke through another level and became a middle-level mystic cultivator. Although this speed was not as fast as Ling Xiao's, it was very fast in Meteorite City. Besides the fact that Ling Zhan's Tenbin was not weak, the more important point was that he was originally at the peak of the mystic cultivator. Naturally, he was much faster than others when he cultivated again. In addition, Bai Yushi, who was just an ordinary person a year ago, actually broke through to the cultivation of a low-level mystic cultivator. Besides her own hard work in cultivation, it also showed that the water-moon divine technique was indeed extraordinary. Her cultivation speed was many times faster than others. In this regard, Ling Xiao also passed the water-moon divine technique to his mother to cultivate. Meng Shiyun originally also had the cultivation of a high-level mystic cultivator. After cultivating the water-moon divine technique, she also successfully broke through to the low-level mystic cultivator. Moreover, she had the wood and water attributes. It could be said that in this half a year, Ling Xiao's family had many happy events. However, Ling Xiao did not have time to share this joy. He still tirelessly refined pills in his room. Lone Eagle, who was guarding outside the room, could hear the sound of explosions coming from the room from time to time. The earth-shattering sound at first even alarmed the attention of Ling Xiao's family, but they gradually got used to it and the sound of explosions gradually decreased. In Ling Xiao's room, he was naked. His palms were emitting a gentle flame, and the shadows of his palms kept hitting the medicine cauldron. A fragrant medicinal smell came from the medicine cauldron, making people feel refreshed. He suddenly sped up the speed of his palms, and the flame in his hands also became more and more vigorous. Just as the flame burned to its peak, he suddenly retracted his palms and shouted, "Condense for me." Both palms pressed down on the medicine cauldron. Bang! A cloud of white smoke came out, and the strong smell of medicine instantly filled the entire room. Ling Xiao lightly stroked the black hair on his forehead. His tiger-like eyes shone with a bright light, and a complacent smile appeared on his face as he said, I'm still not done with you, little pill." Following that, Ling Xiao put away the 10 pills in the medicine cauldron. If a martial artist with a certain understanding of pills was here, he would definitely recognize that this was a stage 2 pill, the muscle growth pill. Seeing that Ling Xiao was able to refine 10 pills in one go, and they were all stage 2 pills, he was already a very outstanding tier 2 alchemist. In this half a year, he had worked hard to learn alchemy, and without anyone's guidance, he had actually become a tier 2 alchemist. If others knew about this, they would probably exclaim that he was a monster. Why was an alchemist the most respected person on this continent? It was precisely because the profession of alchemist was not something that everyone could learn. In addition to possessing the fire attribute, one also needed to have a firm heart and patience, and even more importantly, one's comprehension ability. These few major elements were indispensable. For an ordinary alchemist to reach the level of a Tier 2 alchemist, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to complete. This was still referring to Tenbin's good alchemist. If it was an ordinary alchemist, it would probably take more than 10 years, or even longer. Now, Ling Xiao had only spent half a year to become a Tier 2 alchemist, and the finished product was actually 100%, without wasting any medicinal power. Didn't this mean that he was a monster in Tenbin? However, Ling Xiao himself was very dissatisfied with this, because he felt that it took him more than half a year to become a Tier 2 alchemist. This was really too long. If it had only taken him 3 months, it would have been more or less the same. If others were to find out that this fellow was still not satisfied, perhaps everyone would hack him alive. Of course, there was another important reason why Ling Xiao worked so hard to refine pills, and that was to sense the undulations of his mental energy. Every day, he would wholeheartedly refine pills, and at night, he would be exhausted. Then, he would choose to meditate to recover his Xian energy, and every time his Xian energy was replenished, he would choose to meditate his mental energy, hoping to sense the undulations of his mental energy as soon as possible. Sure enough, his choice was very correct. In the 4th month of alchemy, he began to feel the undulations of his mental energy, which made him very happy. Then, he spent a lot of time practicing his skill manipulation techniques. First, he had to condense his mental energy into various shapes, such as needles, fists, palms, fingers. Until today, he could already control his mental energy to form needles to attack anything, and only he could sense the undulations of these shapes. Within a 2-meter radius, if someone were to exchange blows with him, as long as he used his mental strength to attack the opponent's sea of consciousness, even opponents of a higher level than him would be easily injured. Even a spirit master would be at a disadvantage. However, with Ling Xiao's current mental energy, he could only launch 2 attacks at most. Apart from the heart, there were many other places that were vital, such as the mind. Once it was injured, the worst case would be immediate death, and the lightest case would cause confusion in the mind, creating an inner demon. This would cause great harm to his future cultivation, and it would be difficult for him to advance even an inch in his life. Once he mastered the first stage of the soul-controlling art, skill manipulation, as long as his opponent's mental energy wasn't very strong, he could almost instantly kill them. Killing people invisibly, this was the terrifying part of using mental energy to attack, and it was also the essence of it. Creak. Ling Xiao opened the door to his room, and Lone Eagle immediately said respectfully, "Greetings, young master." Ling Xiao patted Lone Eagle's shoulder and said, "You've worked hard for the past 6 months. Go back and rest for 2 days, and come see me the day after tomorrow." He paused for a moment, then said, "Right, tell Yushi to get the servants to bring water over, I want to bathe and change my clothes." Lone Eagle glanced at Ling Xiao, and didn't say anything more. He bowed and immediately left. Chapter 118. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and thought to himself, it seems that Lone Eagle has already gotten into character. Not long after, Bai Yushi asked someone to bring a bath water. After everyone left, Bai Yushi said very frankly, "Young master, Yushi will help you bathe and change your clothes." Half a year had passed and Bai Yushi had become a profound practitioner. She had become more and more elegant and charming, and her body was even more voluptuous and seductive. Ling Xiao had not seen her for a long time in the past half a year to focus on alchemy and cultivation. Now that his seclusion was over, he naturally needed to relax. 2 days later, Ling Xiao appeared in the courtyard wearing a pure white martial outfit. He wore a cloak specially made from the armor of the mountain pangolin beast. His whole person looked elegant and handsome, without losing the masculine and domineering aura of a martial artist. Although Ling Xiao was a bit arrogant, after dressing up and wearing this outfit, he indeed had the charm of a man that could make many girls throw themselves at him. Bai Yushi, who was very close to him, looked at Ling Xiao with a swaying expression. "Young master, you're so handsome." Bai Yushi stared at Ling Xiao and praised. Ling Xiao touched her face and said with a smile, "This young master has always been so handsome. Did you just realize it? You really deserve a beating." Ling Xiao pretended to hit Bai Yushi, but she smiled sweetly and said in a low voice, "Young master, we'll fight at night." When he came to the hall, his father Ling Zhan and his third uncle Ling Tao were both there. "Third uncle, what brings you here?" Ling Xiao said to Ling Tao with a smile. "Good boy, don't you want to see third uncle?" Ling Tao laughed and scolded. "Of course not, I'm just feeling sorry for my wine." Ling Xiao sat down and joked. "You're really stingy," Ling Tao said with a smile and then asked, "Xiao, have you seen the Supreme Elder recently?" "No, I haven't seen him for a while." After Ling Tao asked, Ling Xiao remembered that he hadn't seen the old man for a long time. Could it be that the Grand Elder has gone out to travel? Ling Tao asked doubtfully. "Third uncle, why are you looking for him?" Ling Xiao asked. "It's like this. The great family competition will begin in half a month, and all the elders hope that the Grand Elder can step forward to encourage and guide the sons of the Ling family," Ling Tao replied. Only then did Ling Xiao walk over. But when he thought about not seeing the old master, he felt a little uneasy for some reason. After sending Ling Tao away, Ling Xiao called Lone Eagle out. "Is the Luo family holding an auction tomorrow?" Ling Xiao asked. Through Solitary Eagle's previous report, Ling Xiao knew that the only auction in Meteorite City was controlled by the Luo family. Auctions could help people auction high-grade spirit herbs, elixirs, weapons. One Eagle nodded and said, "Yes, tomorrow." "Okay, come with me to the auction now." Ling Xiao nodded and said. Lone Eagle didn't say much and immediately followed Ling Xiao out of the house. Once Ling Xiao walked out of the house, the Five Elements envoy immediately followed behind Ling Xiao. Although Meteorite City was calm, the Five Elements envoy still followed the Grand Elder's instructions to ensure Ling Xiao's safety as soon as he left the Ling family's territory. The Five Elements envoy had become Ling Xiao's personal guard. This was a treatment that no one in the younger generation of the Ling family had ever received. Just as Ling Xiao walked out of the Ling family's territory, he saw two familiar faces. They were Leng Shi and Wei Dyer, whom he hadn't seen for half a year. Ling Xiao was about to go forward and greet them, but he found that they seemed to be in trouble. When Leng Shi and Wei Dyer came out of the Illusion Valley, they had been searching for Green Wolf, hoping to kill him to avenge their brothers. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find Green Wolf. Later, they heard that Ling Xiao had returned to Meteorite City, so they decided to seek refuge with Ling Xiao. However, the Ling family had already entered a state of alert. Without the permission of the Ling family, no strangers were allowed to step into the Ling family's territory. They were stopped before they entered the Ling family's territory. Even though they said that they were Ling Xiao's friends, no one was willing to let them in. This was because the Ling family's guards were afraid that these two were assassins hired by the Li family and Lan family. If they let them in and assassinated young Master Ling Xiao, they would be charged with a huge crime. Therefore, Leng Shi and Wei Dyer would appear near the Ling family's territory from time to time, hoping that they would bump into Ling Xiao. Today, they came to the Ling family's territory with the hope of getting lucky. Who knew that they would be interrogated as suspects? Now, it was the fifth elder's grandson, Ling Rui, who was interrogating them with guards. Ling Rui and Ling Xiao had a grudge. Back then, because of Ling Xiao's words in the cabinet, he was almost expelled from the family. He would remember this grudge for the rest of his life. However, as Ling Xiao's status in the family rose, Ling Rui naturally did not dare to find trouble with Ling Xiao. Who knew that when they went out to play today, they would meet the Leng Shi siblings? When he first saw Wei Dyer's enchanting face and voluptuous figure, he was immediately captivated. Dirty thoughts arose in his mind. Therefore, he brought the guards who were guarding nearby to interrogate them. Who knew that these two people were actually looking for his archenemy, Ling Xiao? This made him very angry, so he planned to give them the identity of suspected assassins and capture them. He was imagining that as long as he captured them, this woman would be at his mercy. However, Ling Rui neglected the Leng Shi siblings' strength. It was a fool's dream to think that he could capture them with just 2 middle-ranked and 1 high-ranked Xian Qi practitioner. Leng Shi and Wei Dyer did not want to be entangled, but Ling Rui ordered his men to block their way. The two of you better follow me back obediently. As long as you explain things clearly and prove that you are not assassins, I can let you go. Ling Rui's pair of lustful eyes stopped in front of Wei Dyer. He was almost drooling. Young master, we have said many times that we are only looking for young master Ling Xiao. We are his friends, not assassins. Leng Shi explained again patiently. If this wasn't the Ling family's territory, he would have immediately crippled this little mid-level profound practitioner. There was no need for him to speak so much nonsense. I have never heard that Ling Xiao has any friends. I only know that he has caused a lot of trouble and people are trying to kill him. You must be trying to disguise as his friends and sneak in to kill him, right? Ling Rui said with certainty. His eyes never left Wei Dyer. Brother, don't talk nonsense with him, let's go. Wei Dyer hated Ling Rui's eyes. She pulled Leng Shi's hand and wanted to leave. Unexpectedly, Ling Rui waved his hand again and ordered his guards to block in front of Leng Shi and Wei Dyer. If you don't come back with me and explain things clearly, don't blame me for being rude. Ling Rui had just advanced to a middle-ranked Xian Qi practitioner not long ago. How could he see through Leng Shi and Wei Dyer's cultivation? He only relied on the fact that he was near the family and had guards by his side. It was easy to deal with these two people. Just when the situation was tense, Ling Xiao walked out from behind and said gloomily, Ling Rui, how are you going to be rude to my friends? When Ling Rui heard Ling Xiao's voice, his body trembled slightly. He immediately turned around and glared at Ling Xiao. He snorted coldly. He knew that he could not get his hands on this beauty this time and was about to leave unwillingly. Stop right there. Did I allow you to leave? Ling Xiao shouted. In the past, he was almost killed by this brat. Later on, he taught him a lesson. However, things were different now. He had to regain some face. What else do you want? Ling Rui asked weakly. Looking at the 5 elements envoys behind Ling Xiao, they were all deacons of the family. He knew that he did not have the ability to go against Ling Xiao, so he naturally would not cause trouble for Ling Xiao. He was only afraid that Ling Xiao would cause trouble for him. Remember clearly, they are all my friends. They are not people you can yell at. If I see you treat them like this again, don't blame me for being rude. Ling Xiao stared coldly at Ling Rui and warned him. Ling Rui did not dare to look at Ling Xiao's sharp eyes and did not dare to talk back. He turned around and ran away with his tail between his legs. But in his heart, he said resentfully, you won't be arrogant for long. Very soon, I will step on you like an ant. What the hell? If it wasn't for the strict rule against infighting, would have crippled you. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Then, he turned around and smiled at Leng Shi and Wei Dyer, brother Leng, sister, long time no see. Long time no see, Leng Shi said to Ling Xiao. Wei Dyer snorted and turned her pretty face to Leng Shi and said, brother, let's go. Ling Xiao felt that the two of them were not happy to see him. After all, he had saved them in the mountains. How could they forget about it so quickly? Brother Leng, it's better to meet by chance than to invite my sister. How about I treat you to a drink? Ling Xiao said with a smile. If you want to drink, you can go and drink by yourself. We are just commoners in the mountains. We don't dare to associate with young Master Ling, Wei Dyer said coldly. Then, she pulled Leng Shi's hand and was about to leave. Chapter 119. Leng Shi grabbed Wei Daier's hand and said to Ling Xiao, "We've been waiting for you, but it's been half a year. I'm angry with you." "Brother, why are you talking to him?" Wei Daier said angrily. She then shook off Leng Shi's hand and was about to run away. Ling Xiao would not let her leave so easily. He immediately stood in front of Wei Daier and said softly, "Sister, don't be angry. I've been in seclusion for the past half a year. I really didn't know that you were looking for me." "Humph, who's looking for you?" "We're the ones who did it," Wei Daier said unhappily. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. In the mountains, Ling Xiao had told them that if they had nowhere else to go, they could look for him at any time. They were tired of the mercenary life, so when Ling Xiao returned to Meteorite City, they planned to rely on him. Who knew that Wei Daier would also be angry after repeatedly touching the needles? Moreover, she had already fallen in love with this man who was a few years younger than her. Now that she saw him again, she felt wronged and threw a tantrum. "Good sister, it's my fault. If you can't vent your anger, you can do whatever you want as long as you listen to my explanation," Ling Xiao said to Wei Daier with a sullen face like a child who had done something wrong. Wei Daier saw Ling Xiao's expression and her mood improved a little. She immediately said, "Can I do whatever I want? Back then, I didn't fight back when I was hit or scolded. You could even kill me if you wanted to vent your anger," Ling Xiao said righteously. He shouted in his heart, "Come on, hitting is kissing, talking is love, I can take it." Wei Daier pretended to hit Ling Xiao, but the Five Elements envoy immediately appeared beside Ling Xiao. Wei Daier was so scared that she did not dare to do anything. Ling Xiao waved the Five Elements envoy away and said again, "Sister, Brother Leng, I really didn't know that you've been waiting for me. If you really believe me, accompany me for a drink and I'll apologize and explain to you." Seeing that Ling Xiao's attitude was so sincere, the Cold Snake siblings agreed to accompany Ling Xiao to the Savory Fragrance House. The Savory Fragrance restaurant was now considered one of the protected properties of the Ling family, and this was all because of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao came to Wei Xiangju twice, and Wei Xiangju was demolished twice. The shopkeeper had no choice but to sell it. Coincidentally, it was bought by the Ling clan's external affairs deacon. When he arrived at the Savory Fragrance House, the shopkeeper naturally recognized the famous young master of his family. He quickly put down the abacus in his hand and went out to welcome him. "Young Master Xiao, please come in," the shopkeeper said respectfully. Ling Xiao nodded and asked the Five Elements envoy to stand guard outside. Then, he brought the Cold Snake siblings and Lone Eagle to the second floor. When they got upstairs, Ling Xiao didn't waste any time and immediately explained that he had been in closed-door training ever since he returned to the clan. He really didn't know that they had been looking for him, otherwise he would have called someone to pick them up. Lone Eagle could testify for Ling Xiao. Cold Snake and Wei Daier looked at each other, and then Cold Snake said, "Little brother Xiao, we have misunderstood you. I'll drink this wine." After saying that, he picked up the big bowl of wine on the table and drank it all. "It was my fault first, and I made Brother Leng and sister feel wronged," Ling Xiao said and drank his wine as well. "Little brother Xiao, we have long planned to follow you, and we don't know what you want," Cold Snake said directly. Ling Xiao immediately replied, "That's exactly what I want. As long as Brother Leng and sister are willing, we are a family." "Whose family with you?" "Little brother, you're so easygoing." Wei Dai regained her straightforward personality and said to Ling Xiao. She looked really charming and charming. Ling Xiao said shamelessly, "Brother Leng is my brother, and you are my sister. Of course we are a family. Little brother Xiao, I'll call you young master from now on, so that others won't say anything bad about it," Cold Snake said sensibly. Although he called Ling Xiao brother in the mountains, Ling Xiao's status was still there. As long as Ling Xiao continued to grow, he would become the overlord of Meteorite City sooner or later. If he called him Big Brother, it would be a little too much. My mouth is on other people's face, so I can say whatever I want. What does it matter? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Cold Snake insisted again and again that he would call Ling Xiao young master. He had already resolved to pursue Ling Xiao for the rest of his life. At the same time, he also made plans for his sister. As long as Ling Xiao nodded, even if his sister became Ling Xiao's concubine, he would not care as long as his sister could be happy. With Cold Snake and Wei Dyer following him, Ling Xiao was in a good mood. The few of them stayed in the Sweet Fragrance house for an hour before heading to the Luo family's auction. Tomorrow was the day of the auction. Ling Xiao was not going to auction anything, but to ask the Luo family to auction something for him. He spent half a year concocting pills, and in order to buy spirit grasses, he did not know how many gold coins he had spent, and now he was penniless. In order to continue concocting, he had to buy spirit grasses, but he no longer had any gold coins, so he could only take things to auction. Anything that could be auctioned would not be ordinary, or else it would not be auctioned. Ling Xiao had refined a lot of first and second level pills. He would auction some of them to earn back his capital. Of course, those first level pills were not qualified to be auctioned. He wanted to sell those second level pills. There were 2 or 3 first-level alchemists in Meteorite City, so it was not difficult to get first-level pills. As long as one had gold coins, anyone could buy them. However, there were very few second-level pills. In the auction, it was rare to see it once or twice a year, and each time, it was provided by the Spirit Herb Hall for the auction. It was said that there was a second-grade alchemist in the Spirit Herb Hall, but the pills he refined were too few, and could not meet the needs of the big families. Ling Xiao had ordered Lone Eagle to investigate and learn all of this. Therefore, he planned to auction some of the pills so that he would have enough gold coins to continue squandering. Ling Xiao brought Lone Eagle, Cold Snake, and the 5 Elements envoy through the city. Many people recognized Ling Xiao and were secretly discussing him. There were also many bold young girls who kept throwing flirtatious glances at Ling Xiao, hoping to gain Ling Xiao's favor and change their lowly status. Ling Xiao thought to himself proudly, this feeling is not bad. It's a little like a nouveau riche. No wonder so many young masters and young mistresses like to parade through the city with a large group of guards. Soon, Ling Xiao's group arrived at the Luo family's auction house. Among the 3 big families in Meteorite City, the Ling family was the strongest and the Li family was the most powerful. The Luo family had always been very low-key, but no one dared to underestimate the Luo family's strength. First of all, in terms of wealth, the Luo family occupied the top spot. Every year, the Luo family auctioned items that were worth billions of gold coins. They also earned a lot of gold coins by taking a cut. This was something that the other 2 families could not compare to. The construction of the auction house was very grand and spectacular. It looked magnificent and extraordinary. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the auction house, a martial artist from the Luo family immediately stopped Ling Xiao's group. The auction will start tomorrow, so it won't be open today. Ling Xiao was too lazy to speak, and Lone Eagle said, "My young master has something to auction." When the 2 guards heard Lone Eagle's words, one of them made a gesture and said, "Please follow me." Ling Xiao and the others followed the Luo family's guards into the auction house's reception area. Following that, a pretty young woman appeared in front of Ling Xiao and the others. The young woman was around 30 years old, and her beautiful eyes sized up the handsome Ling Xiao. Her beautiful eyes were filled with color as she said, "Young master, what treasures do you have to auction?" Ling Xiao looked at the young woman. Her body and appearance were indeed somewhat impressive, but compared to Wei Dai, it was still not enough. She could not arouse his desire to flirt with her. Ling Xiao placed 3 bottles of pills in front of the young woman and said, "Auction level 2 pills." Tier 2 medicinal pill. The young woman was clearly shocked. Not only the young woman, but even the Five Elements envoy and the Lingxi siblings behind Ling Xiao revealed looks of surprise. The young woman did not say anything else, but her expression became serious. She picked up one of Ling Xiao's bottles of pills and opened the lid. A strong medicinal smell filled the air. "Young master, please wait a moment. I'll have our elders come out to supervise." The young woman's attitude became a bit more respectful as she spoke and then retreated. At this time, Envoy Jean turned to Ling Xiao and asked, "Young master, is this really a level 2 pill?" Ling Xiao nodded. "It's the real deal." "Then why don't you sell them to the family?" Messenger Jean asked carefully. It had to be known that there were not many level 2 and above pills in the family. Every year, the family would take out a large sum of money to purchase pills, and these pills would be distributed to the elders who had contributed to the family. Every year, they would also take out a few pills to reward the younger generation. The consumption was also shocking. If they were able to purchase level 2 pills on a regular basis, then it wouldn't be a problem with the Ling family's finances. However, in a small place like Meteor City, there were far too few level 2 pills. Furthermore, it wasn't just the Ling family that was purchasing them, the other families were also fighting over them. At this time, Ling Xiao had brought out a level 2 pill to auction. Messenger Jean knew how powerful it was, so he suggested that Ling Xiao sell it back to the family. In this way, Ling Xiao would not only be making a contribution to the family, but he would also be bringing benefits to the family. This was a win-win situation. Ling Xiao remained unmoved and replied, "I have my own plans for this matter." Would he even care about the 3 bottles of pills in front of him? These 3 bottles were the worst quality goods that he had refined. He only wanted to see what kind of price a second-tier medicinal pill could fetch. At the same time, he could earn some gold coins so that it would be convenient for him to purchase more spiritual herbs and continue refining pills. Not long after, the young woman came out with an old man and a young woman. These two were actually people that Ling Xiao was familiar with. The old woman was the Luo family head's wife, Granny Mo Hongmei, and the other was the beautiful Luo Qingxuang. Chapter 120. Brother Xiao, you finally came to see me. When Luo Qingxuang saw Ling Xiao, her face was filled with endless joy. She immediately let go of Granny Mo's hand and ran towards Ling Xiao. "Now that I have a lover, I've forgotten about my grandmother," Mo Hongmei said happily. Ling Xiao didn't expect Luo Qingxuang to be here, but when he remembered that this was the Luo family's territory, he understood. "Shuang, I didn't expect to see you here," Ling Xiao said with a smile. He then turned to Mo Hongmei and said respectfully, "Greetings, Granny Mo." Mo Hongmei laughed, "Grandson-in-law, you're here, and you even brought so many people with you. Are you trying to tear down my auction?" As soon as she said this, Wei Dyer's heart shook. She didn't know why, but she felt unusually uncomfortable. "Granny Mo, this junior has offended too many people. The elders in the family are worried, so they're following me," Ling Xiao replied. "You also know that you've offended a lot of people," Mo Hongmei said. She then turned to the young woman beside her and said, "Where's the esteemed guest who's going to auction the pills?" The young woman was surprised, and then she pointed at Ling Xiao and said, "Elder Mo, this is the young master who's going to auction. Grandson-in-law has second-tier pills to auction?" Even Mo Hongmei looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Ling Xiao nodded and placed 3 bottles of pills in front of Mo Hongmei, saying, "Granny Mo, here's a bottle of energy consolidation pills, a bottle of storm pills, and a bottle of muscle growth pills. Please take a look." Mo Hongmei looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression and then picked up the 3 bottles of pills to check. Sure enough, 1 bottle contained high-tier energy consolidation pills, 1 low-tier second-tier storm pills, and the last bottle contained mid-tier second-tier muscle growth pills. Grandson-in-law, come with me. Mo Hongmei sealed the 3 bottles of pills and returned them to Ling Xiao. She then called out to Ling Xiao and led the way to a room. Ling Xiao nodded and asked the others to wait outside as he prepared to follow Mo Hongmei. At this time, Luo Qingxuang was very happy. She held on to Ling Xiao's arm and said, "Brother Xiao, I'll go with you." When the two of them entered the room, Wei Daier's face flashed with an undetectable sadness. Leng Shi had been paying attention to the girl's expression. He felt a little disappointed for her, but he didn't think much of it. With Ling Xiao's status, it was normal for him to have multiple wives and concubines in the future. It was also a good thing for Wei Daier to face reality earlier. If she couldn't accept the fact that Ling Xiao was with other women, then it was better to cut off her feelings for Ling Xiao as soon as possible to avoid suffering in the future. Actually, on the Xianling continent, it was very common for men to have multiple wives. The prerequisite was that they had the ability, and no one would say anything about it. After Ling Xiao and Luo Qingxuang entered the room, Mo Hongmei looked at Ling Xiao and went straight to the point. "Do you know that this is a level 2 pill?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Granny Mo, I know what you want to ask. This pill is mine. As for why I didn't leave it for the family, I naturally have my reasons. I won't reveal this aspect. Then do you know that these 3 bottles of pills are very important to any family?" Mo Hongmei looked straight at Ling Xiao and asked. Of course, although the consolidating qi pill is only a level 1 medicinal pill, its value is the highest among all level 1 medicinal pills. It can increase the chances of a level 9 martial disciple breaking through to the profound disciple realm. It is the most difficult and also the most precious medicinal pill to refine. The Gale pill is a low-level 2nd stage medicinal pill. It can increase the speed of any martial artist below the profound disciple realm by 2 to 3 times. Its effects are self-evident. The muscle-growing pill is a life-saving spirit pill. Its effects are obvious even if I don't say it. Ling Xiao explained the properties of the 3 medicinal pills. You are right, but don't you know that these 3 bottles of pills can provide a lot of protection for your Ling family? Mo Hongmei asked again. With this bottle of qi strengthening pill, at least a few martial disciples could successfully break through to the mystic realm. The speed-flying pill and the muscle-gaining pill were used to kill enemies and save lives. If they were given to the deacons of the family who went out to handle affairs, it would provide more protection. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "Granny Mo, are you advising me to put the family's interests first? Since you know that the pills were made by me, why don't you think that I have more pills?" Mo Hongmei's old eyes twitched, and then she asked excitedly, You know a level 2 alchemist, no? It should be a level 3 alchemist or above." Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then he nodded and said, "You can say that, but why do you think that he is a level 3 alchemist?" Mo Hongmei said, "The color and smell of the pills you just took out are quite high. They are definitely not refined by an ordinary level 2 alchemist. Only an alchemist above the level 3 alchemist would have this ability." Ling Xiao was stunned, but he did not think that he was a level 3 alchemist. At the very least, he would have to refine a level 3 alchemist. A level 3 pill required level 3 spirit grass and a large amount of level 2 and above spirit grass. These materials were not easy to obtain. "Grandson-in-law, do you want to introduce me to that alchemist?" Mo Hongmei's tone became a bit more intimate, as if she really saw Ling Xiao as her grandson-in-law. It must be known that any alchemist was worthy of being harassed by any family. She, Mo Hongmei, naturally knew the pros and cons, and would definitely think of a way to please him. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "That old fellow has a bad temper. He doesn't want to see anyone other than me. I've let Granny Mo see a joke." Mo Hongmei agreed and said, "That's right. Alchemists are all eccentric and arrogant, so I won't force you. However, you have to sell these 3 bottles of pills to me. In any case, you are going to auction them for money. How about this? I will represent the Luo family and offer 1 million gold coins. What do you think? 1 million gold coins for 3 bottles of pills was definitely a fair price. There were 10 pills in each bottle. The solid chi pill was worth around 5,000 gold coins, the storm pill was worth around 20,000 gold coins, and the muscle growth pill was worth around 50,000 gold coins. The total price was 750,000 gold coins. Mo Hongmei's offer of 1 million gold coins was reasonable, as the auction price would definitely not be lower than that. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "Granny Mo, I can't sell these pills to you." When Mo Hongmei heard Ling Xiao's words, she immediately said in a displeased tone, "Grandson-in-law, I will give you another 100,000 gold coins for a total of 1,100,000 gold coins. If you still insist on auctioning them, then forget it." Mo Hongmei originally had a good impression of Ling Xiao. He had reached the mid-level mystic realm at such a young age, and he also had 2 terrifying spirit beasts following him. She could almost foresee that Meteorite City would be Ling Xiao's world in the future, so she had always called Ling Xiao her grandson-in-law. She had planned for her granddaughter to follow Ling Xiao, which could also be considered as leaving a way out for the Luo family. However, now her impression of Ling Xiao had plummeted. It was only 3 bottles of pills, although it was a bit difficult to get, but they could still get a few every year. Now she had offered 1,100,000 gold coins for Ling Xiao to sell them to her Luo family, but he was actually not willing to sell them. She thought that Ling Xiao was too snobbish and couldn't see the situation clearly. If he was unhappy with her because of these 3 bottles of pills, wasn't he afraid that she would stop her granddaughter from being with him? Luo Qingxuang, who was at the side, also said angrily, "Brother Xiao, you are so stingy, I will ignore you from now on." Ling Xiao touched his nose and smiled, "Granny, you misunderstood me. I said that I won't sell these pills to you, but I didn't say that I won't sell anything else." You still have second-level pills?" Mo Hongmei was stunned and asked. Immediately after, Ling Xiao took out 3 bottles of the same pills as before and said, "Granny, the 3 bottles I showed you just now were of the lowest quality. These 3 bottles are the real good pills." Mo Hongmei snatched it impatiently and opened the lid. A stronger medicinal smell than before wafted out. Inside the bottle, there were round and gentle pills swirling around. It was indeed much better than the ones she had seen before. Although Mo Hongmei wasn't an alchemist, she could still distinguish the quality of these pills from the bad. It's really a good medicine that only a third-grade alchemist can refine. It's even better than the color and medicinal strength of the alchemist in the Spirit Herb Hall. I'll give you 1,500,000 for these 3 bottles. How about selling it to Granny? Mo Hongmei said with slight excitement. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, Mo Hongmei misunderstood him again and asked, "Do you think it's too little? This price won't be lower than the auction price." Ling Xiao hurriedly said, "Granny, don't be anxious. These 3 bottles of pills are Junior's gift to you. How could I have the nerve to take your gold coins? Aren't you being too polite to me?" He couldn't help but think of a classic saying from his previous life, talking about money hurts feelings. You're saying that you want to give these 3 bottles of pills to me?" Mo Hongmei asked in disbelief. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "That's right, these 3 bottles are for you. I'll have to trouble you to get someone to auction off the original 3 bottles for me." Good. Shuang-er's eyes are right. Then I won't be delicate. I'll tell the auction house not to take any commission from you for the gold coins you get from the auction. Consider it a little gift from Granny. Mo Hongmei's depression was swept away, and the more she looked at Ling Xiao, the more satisfied she was. Luo Qingxuang looked at Ling Xiao even more infatuated. If Ling Xiao really wanted to eat her now, she probably wouldn't hesitate to agree. Ling Xiao chatted with Mo Hongmei for a while longer, then stood up and said goodbye. Luo Qingshuang pouted unwillingly and said, "Brother Xiao, you said you would come to see me. Now that we haven't seen each other for half a year, don't you want to stay with me?" Ling Xiao pinched Luo Qingshuang's cheek and said, "Shuang, be good. When the auction ends tomorrow, I'll accompany you again, okay? That's what you said. Don't lie to me, or I'll ignore you from now on." Luo Qingshuang was very happy. "Of course," Ling Xiao replied. Before Ling Xiao and the others left the auction house, the young woman who received them handed a purple card to Ling Xiao. This card represented that Ling Xiao was a top VIP in the Luo family's auction house. Ling Xiao knew that this was a little gift from Mo Hongmei, so he accepted it without hesitation. The reason why he was so generous and gave 3 bottles of pills to Mo Hongmei was because of Luo Qingshuang. No matter what, she was his maid, so he had to treat her well. Another reason was that he wanted to make friends with the Luo family. He had already offended the Li family, so he naturally couldn't make another strong enemy. As the saying went, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. He did this for the sake of the future. On the way back to the Ling family, Wei Dyer was not in high spirits. Ling Xiao always teased her, but she only responded with a few cold words. She was completely different from before. You're tuning into the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.